Chapter 1274. Just as Mahel was doubting his life, in the venue a few corridors away, the remote projections of the Beyond Grade A members landed in their seats one after another, chatting in twos and threes. Another welcome party today? I remember the last newcomer was Aurora. It was only half a year ago. I don't know if you guys feel it, but the frequency of Beyond Grade as being born in the past few decades seems to have increased a lot. Indeed. I remember a long time ago, it was already not bad for 3 or 4 Beyond Grade as to be born in the past few decades, but in the past few decades, 8 Beyond Grade as have been born. Although this is very random, it still proves that the times are improving. That's right. The population of the Galactic Society is increasing exponentially, and the research on the supersystem in the universe is becoming more and more complete. The Beyond Grade A seeds have also reached a critical point. With many factors, I feel that there will be an explosion of new Beyond Grade As. Before the start of the meeting, it was customary for the members to communicate. Everyone chatted casually, and it was a lively scene. Han Xiao's projection sat on the main seat and smiled at this harmonious scene. Looking at how clueless everyone was, Han Xiao's lips curled up. These people still did not know that something big was about to happen here today. At this time, someone suddenly changed the topic to Han Xiao. A few days ago, I received a warning from the Radiant Federation, strictly forbidding me from spreading ultimate knowledge in private. Your Excellency Blackstar, are you aware of this? Hearing this, many people agreed, saying that they had also received a warning from the 3 universal civilizations. They all looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao glanced at the direct members of the 3 universal civilizations beside him, nodded, and said, I had a talk with the heads of the 3 universal civilizations not long ago. They hope that I can rectify this situation and stop the spreading of ultimate knowledge in private. How did you answer? Manison asked calmly from the side. The 3 universal civilizations maintain the order of the Galactic Society. I will try my best to cooperate with their work without affecting the operation of the association, Han Xiao said with a smile. Manison snorted. He knew that with how slick Han Xiao was, he would not reject the 3 universal civilizations outright. The most likely scenario was that he would agree verbally. At this time, a direct descendant spoke, How do you plan to deal with this problem? I haven't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions? Han Xiao turned to look at him. I feel that one of the reasons for the private dissemination of ultimate knowledge is that the rules of the association are too lax. There are no clear restrictions on this behavior. I suggest that we improve the rules and severely punish those who disseminate ultimate knowledge. When the direct descendant spoke, the other normal association members all tacitly shut their mouths and exchanged glances. The interests of the direct descendants were different from those of normal Beyond Grade As. These were the 2 factions with the clearest boundaries. As the 3 universal civilizations became more and more dissatisfied with the actions of the Beyond Grade A Association, the differences between the 2 factions grew bigger and bigger. More than once, there were already people privately suggesting that Han Xiao kick the direct descendants out of the association. Han Xiao listened to the direct line speech for a while before suddenly interrupting him and chuckling. These suggestions are not bad. I'll consider them carefully. Let's leave this topic for the next regular meeting. After all, today is a welcoming ceremony. Don't get the priority wrong. He casually skipped this topic with a meaningful tone. This direct descendant Beyond Grade A was stunned. Hearing Han Xiao's subtle warning, he could only sit down sullenly. The other Beyond Grade As, on the other hand, were energized. Getting the priority right was basically saying who was the master of the association. It was a disguised warning to the direct descendants not to think that the 3 universal civilizations could order them around. With Han Xiao's vague reply, many people relaxed a little. Because Blackstar's relationship with the 3 universal civilizations was not shallow, some people were still uneasy, afraid that Blackstar would change the tough path of the Mecha Empire and compromise with the 3 universal civilizations. Seeing this, Kasui helped to smooth things over. The president is right. We're gathered here today to welcome the newcomers. Let's not talk about business. Hearing this, the atmosphere became cheerful again. Everyone tacitly changed the topic and guessed the newcomers' identities. Some people even started a bet out of boredom. After arguing for a while, someone found Han Xiao and joked. President, the newcomer this time should be male, right? It can't be that a new Beyond Grade A officer has appeared in the Black Star Corps, right? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. I can only say, the newcomer this time is definitely someone everyone is familiar with. Everyone chatted while waiting. After a while, everyone finally arrived. Seeing this, Han Xiao raised his hand, signaled for everyone to quiet down, and smiled. He smiled and said, "It's about time. The welcoming ceremony can begin. Be quiet and prepare to welcome the newcomers." Hearing this, everyone quieted down and turned to look at the side door of the venue. According to tradition, the newcomers would walk out from there. Not long after, the side door was finally pushed open. Male walked out and appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss in low voices. "It's really Male. I knew it was him. Haha, I guessed right. Don't go back on your word. Hey, why does he look weird?" Everyone sized Male up and soon noticed something strange. Male's face was dull, as if his soul had wandered out of his body. He did not move at all, as if he did not put anyone in his eyes. What's the meaning of this person standing there and not coming over? Why isn't he saying anything? Is he mute? Everyone was baffled. However, at this moment, another figure walked out from behind the door, followed by a second, a third. Soon, dozens of people walked out and squeezed Male to the side. What's going on? Isn't this the welcoming ceremony? Everyone at the scene was stunned and confused. This time, Han Xiao smiled and slowly said, "Don't be surprised. There's no need to be surprised. These people are all newcomers to the association. Everyone, please welcome them." As soon as he said that, everyone was dumbfounded, with a RUF king kidding me expression. Even the direct members of the 3 universal civilizations who were watching silently widened their eyes in shock. Without any prior notice, they had thought that today was a normal welcoming ceremony. They did not expect such an unexpected situation to occur. Every welcome party was specially held for one person. When had they ever accepted so many newcomers at once? Furthermore, since when were there so many new Beyond Grade as in the universe? This number was almost 1/3 of the association. This was simply impossible. Could it be that today is some kind of festival, so the president is purposely teasing us? That must be it. As this thought flashed through everyone's mind, they subconsciously sized up the dozens of newcomers. Suddenly, they trembled. Wait, these people look so familiar. They're the primordial ones? How is that possible? The primordial ones have been dead for so many years. They must be pretending to be like this. Oh my, they look exactly the same. Their disguise skills are too good. Everyone hurriedly went online to search for information about the primordial ones. When they matched up with the revivers present, they could not help but be surprised. Manison frowned and looked at Han Xiao. "What do you mean by this? Deliberately finding a group of people to pretend to be the primordial ones and even asking them to join the association? What are you doing? You think it's fake too?" Han Xiao glanced at him and was not surprised. After all, in the eyes of those who did not know, this was too unbelievable. Any normal person would be suspicious. He slowly stood up and looked around at the audience. The smile on his face gradually widened as he said resolutely, "I know everyone has doubts, but the group of people you see are the Beyond Grade as who existed in history. They rose from the grave of time, brushed away the dust of history, and came back to life. In the end, they decided to join the association and shine for the entire Beyond Grade A class." As soon as he said that, the place fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. All the Beyond Grade as present were stunned. Their faces were filled with "Your king kidding me." Only one person was an exception. Kasui was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was another person who knew about the Sanctum revival, so he immediately connected the dots. Could this be the result of Black Star disappearing for 4 months? Tell me, is this true? Kasui turned his head and stared at Han Xiao. He could not wait to know the answer, afraid that this was just a joke. Han Xiao looked back at him with a tacit understanding and slowly said, "I swear on my promise. I swear on my reputation that I'm not joking with anyone today." At this moment, ecstasy, shock, admiration, and other emotions exploded in Kasui's heart. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind: Black Star. He succeeded. At this moment, Beja, who was the leader, chuckled and stepped forward. He met everyone's bewildered gazes and said calmly, "Juniors, the times have changed." As soon as he said that, dozens of beyond grade as soared into the sky. This time, they did not hold back at all. Boom! With a loud sound, the ceiling of the entire venue was suddenly blown away, and the ground and walls cracked inch by inch. A huge pressure suddenly swept across the entire planet. At this moment, all the living beings on planet Finn were pressed to the ground by the pressure, and an ear-piercing alarm rang through the sky. The beyond grade as present were all remote projections, so they could not feel the impact on the spot. However, everyone had an office on planet Finn. Almost at the same time, everyone received an emergency detection report from the office. Every radar detection showed dozens of beyond grade A energy sources, and the targets were these dozens of people. There was no better evidence than this. At this moment, all the members present had a drastic change in expression. They were in disbelief and shock. This is actually true. The primordial ones are really alive. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. An irresistible impact instantly shattered their worldview, leaving only endless confusion. At this moment, there were almost no words that could describe the shock in their hearts. Even Man Ison was stunned for a few seconds. He suddenly turned around and stared at Han Xiao. "What did you do? How did they come back to life?" Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream, and their shocked gazes landed on Han Xiao. These revivers were all recommended by Black Star to join the guild, so he definitely had something to do with it. He definitely knew all the details. "Black Star, what's going on? Answer us. Say something." One after another, they could not wait to know the answer. Looking at the excited crowd, Han Xiao smiled and slowly opened his mouth. Finally, the truth was revealed. In this world, there's a special information form phenomenon called sanctum revival. As long as you step into the beyond grade A realm, you'll be able to leave a record. Even if you die an unnatural death without leaving anything behind, someone else can trigger this phenomenon and come back to life. There's only one chance for this, and it's equivalent to giving all beyond grade as a second life. I'm using this phenomenon to revive them in the grave of history. After receiving an affirmative answer, everyone was stunned. Then, shock and ecstasy exploded in everyone's mind. There's actually such a miraculous phenomenon in the universe that works on beyond grade as? Could it be another space wonder? Everyone realized that this was a blessing for the entire beyond grade A realm. If they had heard of such a thing, they would most likely have scoffed at it and would not have believed it. However, with a living example in front of them, it proved that Han Xiao was not lying. The next second, the way everyone looked at Han Xiao changed. Black Star had revived so many primordial ones, which meant that he had grasped how to use it. He had mentioned the mechanism but did not explain how to use the sanctum revival. So, for now, Black Star was probably the only way for them to enjoy the sanctum revival. Thinking about it from another perspective, Black Star had only been the president for about half a year. Logically speaking, he should have grasped the sanctum revival method long ago. If he had not become the president, he might have kept it a secret. At this moment, everyone felt that choosing Black Star as the president was the wisest decision. Han Xiao glanced at everyone, took in their expressions, and chuckled. Since everyone is no longer suspicious, don't forget the theme of today's welcome party. As he spoke, Han Xiao raised his hand, and the seats at the round table began to adjust. Rows of new seats extended from the ground, which were reserved for the revivers. Then, he was the first to applaud. "Everyone, welcome the return of the old era with me." Chapter 1275. Clap clap clap. With Han Xiao taking the lead, the others could only suppress the shock in their hearts and clap along with him. They felt like they were witnessing history. The true portrayal of their current mood was probably like being suddenly robbed by bandits while eating hot pot and singing. It was 2F** king surprising. Seeing this, the dozens of revivers smiled and sat down. Some of the primordial ones saw Mael standing there dumbly and even kindly pulled him to sit with them. The applause gradually stopped, and Han Xiao sat down again. He looked at Beija and the others, smiled, and said, "Everyone, do you want to introduce yourselves?" "I don't think there's a need." Beija waved his hand and looked around. "If you want to know who we are, just look up history." Everyone nodded subconsciously. The primordial ones were extremely famous, and almost every Beyond Grade A knew their names like the back of their hand. There was indeed no need to introduce them. This time, Dylan raised his smooth, white chin slightly. "Although I'm not a primordial one, there shouldn't be anyone here who doesn't know me, right?" Everyone turned to look at him. Among the revivers, there were a few historical Beyond Grade As who were not primordial ones. Compared to them, they were not that famous, so there were quite a few who did not know Dylan. "Who are you?" Sun Hunter was curious. "TSK, there's really someone who doesn't know me?" Dylan glanced at him. "Little thing, listen carefully. I'm the Elf King, Dylan. Go back and learn more about history. Don't ask such an ignorant question next time." Sun Hunter was stunned for a moment before flying into a rage. "Do you know how to speak? How dare you call me little thing? If not for the fact that my main body is not here, do you believe that I would have stuffed dozens of cannon barrels into your mouth and blown you to death?" On the other side, many mags were shocked. "So it's the famous Elf King in the history of magic. It's said that you opened up a new path and created a special elven spell system. It has been passed down to this day and has become the mainstream spell system of the elves. Unfortunately, due to your sudden death, some profound secret techniques have been lost forever. I hope to have the chance to learn from you in the future." Austin could not help but express his goodwill. A mage's desire for spells was like a mechanic's curiosity for technology. Hearing this, Dylan lowered his head and scratched his nails. He pursed his lips and said, "It depends on my mood. I usually don't like to communicate with untalented mags, but if I'm in a good mood, it's not impossible to be lenient." Austin's expression froze, and he shut his mouth in embarrassment. The other mags who wanted to make friends with him also shut their mouths when they saw this. They did not want to be snubbed. Seeing this, many people looked at Dylan in realization. It turned out that this person's words were so strange. No wonder he died so miserably in history. He deserved it. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little strange, Beija changed the topic and said with a smile, "I have to say, this association is quite well done. In our era, there was no such good environment. The person who established the association was really far-sighted and ambitious. I'm very impressed." "I think so too." Han Xiao smiled. Hearing that, everyone couldn't help but glance at Han Xiao, then at Beija, whose expression didn't change. "You're still the same old man. This flattery is really strong. One dares to flatter, and the other dares to accept it." Beija turned to look at everyone and said kindly, "There's still a long way to go. I hope we can get closer." Everyone nodded and responded. No one put on an arrogant expression. The primordial ones were the pioneers who had created a new era, so they still had the necessary respect. The welcome party finally returned to its original purpose. The two groups of people communicated for a while, and the dozens of revivers integrated into the association. The original members of the association also composed themselves. No matter how unbelievable they found it, they had no choice but to accept the reality of the old people opening their coffins and rising. Although they had accepted the revivers, everyone was still full of doubts. They were very curious about how Blackstar had discovered the Sanctum revival phenomenon, how he had persuaded the revivers to join the association, where the revivers had stayed in the past, and so on. Han Xiao, on the other hand, acted calmly and skimmed over these questions without explaining. Everyone's hearts were itching. Their impression of Han Xiao became even more mysterious, and their attitude toward him became more and more respectful. No one knew how much power Blackstar still had hidden under the water. They only felt that it was unfathomable. However, the more this was the case, the more relieved the members of the Beyond Grade A Association were. In the past, for the protection and resources of the association, Everyone had obeyed the rules and listened to orders. Now, there was an even more important reason. The Sanctum revival gave everyone confidence. Originally, some people were still worried about the warning of the three universal civilizations, but now that their mentality had stabilized, their fear of the three universal civilizations instantly disappeared. While everyone was chatting, Manison was silently watching from the side, his heart filled with shock. Black Star, so this is the trump card you prepared. Beautiful. The significance of the Sanctum revival to us is extraordinary. Not only will it increase the confidence of the members to face risks, but it will also strengthen the cohesion of the association. The group will be unprecedentedly united. Furthermore, reviving the past beyond grade as is another way to quickly replenish fresh blood. This is much more efficient than waiting for new beyond grade as. The strength of the association will expand in a short period of time and be reborn, breaking through the safety line set by the three universal civilizations. They will have to think twice before making a move. This way, I won't have to take the risk of releasing the artificial intelligence virus. Manison secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had always been worried that Black Star's peaceful path would become the basis for the three universal civilizations to make a move. He was worried that it would be difficult to shake the determination of the three universal civilizations with just Black Star's influence. However, it seemed that Black Star's response was completely out of his expectations. He was immediately relieved that he had such a trump card. Manison had to admit that this move of Black Star's was much more effective than his virus deterrence plan, which was to kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own men. Although the two of them usually did not get along, he acknowledged Han Xiao's ability. At this moment, he felt relieved that he did not trust the wrong person. On the other side, Kasui glanced at Han Xiao from time to time, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. Kasui was not ignorant about the Sanctum revival. He was probably the only one present other than Han Xiao who knew that there was no limit to the number of times the Sanctum revival could be used. He was more excited than anyone else. He did not know why Han Xiao pretended that there was only one chance for the Sanctum revival, but after thinking about it, he could guess the general intention. Naturally, he would not expose it on the spot. At this moment, Kasui could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, I have a good relationship with Black Star and have not offended him. Also, it's fortunate that the companion I chose for the Celestial Star Alliance trip is Black Star. If it were anyone else, even if they knew about the existence of the Sanctums, they would probably be like me, clueless for decades. I wonder how Han Xiao mastered the Sanctum revival. Kasui did not know about the existence of the Holy Covenant organization. He thought that the trip to the secondary dimensions was the only inspiration Han Xiao had received. He secretly sighed that he had chosen the most reliable companion. While most of the association members were pleasantly surprised and excited, only the direct members of the three universal civilizations had solemn expressions. From a personal point of view, the Sanctum revival was indeed a blessing for the Beyond Grade as. However, from the perspective of a civilization, the fact that the Beyond Grade A Association had this method was undoubtedly earth-shattering bad news for the direct members. Beyond Grade as have an extra life. If we can't get rid of the unstable factors once and for all, it'll be troublesome. Even if we can get rid of them once, the dead will definitely become smarter after being revived and will hide in the dark to take revenge. The core of the problem is Black Star. Only he has the method of the Sanctum revival. Unless we kill him first or get the method of the Sanctum revival from him, it's almost impossible to split the Beyond Grade A Association. Many of the direct members frowned, and similar thoughts flashed through their minds. They had more or less received news that the upper echelons of the civilizations were about to deal a substantial blow to the Beyond Grade A Association. At this juncture, Black Star had revealed his true intentions and deliberately revealed this method. In their eyes, it was undoubtedly a warning signal, wanting to use this move to intimidate the three universal civilizations so that they would not dare act rashly. Furthermore, the high-end combatants of the association had suddenly soared by 1/3. Even if the upper echelons of their own civilization wanted to make a move, they would have to consider the cost again. For the sake of the entire Beyond Grade as, he did not hesitate to take on the pressure himself. This is not like Black Star's usual style. Thinking of this, many direct members looked at Han Xiao meaningfully. Han Xiao also noticed the gazes of these direct members. His face was calm, and he smiled in his heart. The calamity of the supers was inevitable. Sooner or later, the conflict would erupt. Although he had now become the detonator of the calamity of the supers, his fundamental goal had never changed. One was to find a way to make the three universal civilizations hesitate and stabilize them. This way, he could control the intensity of the conflict between the calamity of the supers and preserve more strength to deal with the World Tree War that would come at any time. Another goal was for his own sake. His position would only be more stable if he mixed well with the entire class. I've finally taken this step. There's no turning back. I can only guide the torrent of the times and keep rushing forward. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao calmed himself down, clapped his hands, and interrupted everyone's conversation. Now that everyone knows each other, there will be plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. Let's end today's welcome party here. In the next regular meeting, we will discuss the allocation of resources and help these seniors build their forces. Everyone nodded and had no objections. With a large group of beyond grade As, a portion of the benefits would definitely be taken away. However, because of the existence of the Sanctum Revival, almost everyone had made the decision to deepen their relationship with Han Xiao. Han Xiao's authority in the association had already expanded to the extreme, and he basically meant what he said. Alright, let's end the meeting today. Han Xiao smiled, directly deactivated the remote projection, and disappeared. Seeing this, everyone dispersed with their own thoughts. No matter what kind of feelings they had, everyone realized that from today onwards, the ecology of the Beyond Grade As had been rewritten. When what happened in this venue today spread out, the structure of the entire galactic society would be greatly impacted. A storm of change would definitely be set off from here and sweep across the entire universe. The initiator was Black Star, who had not revealed himself for the past few decades and suddenly released a trump card. The many Beyond Grade As had a vague feeling that Black Star, who they had pushed to the top, might very well be the beginning of a new era. The content of this welcome party was not kept a secret. With the help of people with ulterior motives, the news spread faster than expected. The next day, it spread throughout the major starfields, and countless media outlets wrote all kinds of reports, competing to be the first to broadcast. For a time, the news media channels in the major regions were all shocking. The return of the primordial ones. Truth or lie? The truth of the Sanctum Revival. Shocking news from the Beyond Grade A Association. Where did the dozens of new Beyond Grade As come from? Black Star, welcome the return of the old era. Such headlines. Who knew how many galactic residents and galactic organizations saw this news, and their first reaction was disbelief, thinking that this was false information. The Sanctum Revival could revive dead Beyond Grade As? The primordial ones who had long been buried by history were collectively resurrected. Stop joking, okay? Even a TV series would not dare to film this. However, a few days later, as the Beyond Grade A Association members personally admitted the authenticity of the news, the entire galactic society was dumbfounded. Was this really true? The historical figures in the textbooks came back to life. If I'm not crazy, then the world is crazy. The emotions of countless people exploded. Driven by panic, fanaticism, and shock, the news spread faster and faster, and the galactic society that had been peaceful for decades was once again stirred up. Be it ordinary people or supers, civilizations, or civil organizations, almost everyone vaguely saw a storm brewing rapidly, and they all had the same strong premonition. This universe seemed to be about to undergo a great change. Chapter 1276. Thanks to the emergency report from the direct Beyond Grade As after the meeting ended, the three universal civilizations already knew about the revival of the primordial ones before the public opinion even exploded. When this report was sent to the table, the three highest leaders were all shocked. They hurriedly contacted each other and called for an emergency meeting. In the highest conference room, the projections of Ma Bruce, Louis, and the ethereal Pope were at different ends. Beside them sat the upper echelons of their respective civilizations who were qualified to participate in the meeting. The core leaders of the three universal civilizations were gathered, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Reviving historical beyond grade as. Black Star actually has such an unbelievable method. He hid it so well and only showed it now in a high-profile manner. He did it on purpose. Marbruce's expression was grave, and he was both shocked and furious. He had already tried his best to take Black Star seriously, but he did not expect to still underestimate him. As a leader of the hardline faction, seeing Black Star suddenly take out such a trump card that could shake the structure of the universe, his anger could not be quenched. He thought that this ally of his had completely broken free from the dynasty's control. Louis said with a deep voice, "That's right. Black Star has been planning this for a long time. He might have been just waiting for an opportunity. Now that he sensed the risk, he decided to use this trump card to disrupt all of our arrangement." The ethereal Pope frowned and said, "The situation is not good for us. The return of some historical beyond grade as has increased the strength of the association by about a third. If we use the original plan to eliminate the beyond grade as, the price will increase exponentially, and it will probably shake the order of the entire galactic society. Furthermore, this is only the first batch of revivers. Black Star can revive more people." The three of them were all shocked and furious. Their plan had already entered the preparation stage, but the sudden situation brought by Black Star gave them a fright. They had no choice but to stop all of their current actions and discuss countermeasures. As the source of this trouble, Black Star's good impression of the three of them completely disappeared, leaving only endless hostility. Even though Black Star was the dynasty's ally in name, Marbruce was still hostile toward him. When the other party was beneficial to their rule, even if there was a personal grudge, they could still work together with a smile. However, Black Star's actions had broken the balance of the universe. He was already shaking the foundation of the three universal civilizations' rule. Those titles and positions could not stop them from becoming enemies. There was nothing to talk about. The way the three of them saw it, they had given Black Star so many benefits, only to have Black Star stab them in the back. If not for the fear of Black Star's strength, influence, and connections, the three of them would have gathered the army and destroyed the Black Star Corps directly. Marbruce suppressed the impulse in his heart and said with a deep voice, "This is already a very dangerous situation. If it's already so troublesome in the short term, it'll be even more dangerous in the long term. Don't forget, many beyond grade as in history have grudges with us, such as the guardians of the civilizations we destroyed in the exploration era or the beyond grade as who were implicated in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. If they come back, it's very likely that they'll take revenge on us." The upper echelons present all knew the severity of not being able to eliminate the root of the problem, and they could only shudder. Although the three universal civilizations had many direct beyond grade as, their numbers could not be compared to the number of enemies in history. Once the enemies revived on a large scale, their direct forces would very likely be wiped out by the enemies, causing the civilizations to lose all protection in the field of individual strength. The strongest thing about beyond grade as was their special strategic significance. One person could form an army, and they had unparalleled flexibility. Without direct forces to suppress them, even if the three universal civilizations could still eliminate the beyond grade as with their fleets, technology, and various universal treasures, the cost would increase exponentially. The ethereal Pope thought further and said solemnly, "From the overall situation, even if we don't take into account the enemies, the three universal civilizations' ruling position is in danger of being overturned. The Sanctum revival will increase the life expectancy of the beyond grade as and increase their risk resistance, causing the accumulation of the total number of beyond grade as in the universe to increase qualitatively. With this trend, in the near future, the total number of beyond grade as will break the balance between civilizations and individual strength, enough to break the foundation of our rule. At that time, it will be difficult to reverse the situation. It will no longer be the beyond grade as who are worried about us taking action but us who are afraid of the beyond grade A association's ambition." As he spoke, the ethereal Pope suddenly sighed helplessly. But what's the use of knowing the trend? Black Star's trump card has contributed to the balance under deterrence. He has the remote control to change the era. We can't act rashly anymore. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. The current situation was like a nuclear deterrent, and the three universal civilizations no longer dared to fall out with each other. Even though their civilization was extremely powerful, in the face of such an unexpected situation, the three of them still felt helpless and became more and more annoyed with Han Xiao. There seems to be only one solution, and that is for us to control the Sanctum revivals. The only thing we can do now is to negotiate with Blackstar as soon as possible and figure out his plans. The three of them nodded and reached a consensus, secretly regretting it. When the hard-hearted Mecha Empire led the association, they did not act rashly and waited for Blackstar to take over. However, from the looks of it now, Blackstar was more dangerous than the Mecha Empire. He had hidden himself too deeply. The Mecha Empire's path was two polar opposites, and Blackstar's path was one of deterrence, which did not have much of a negative impact on the development of the Beyond Grade As. Instead, it was almost only beneficial, which was much more unsolvable than the Mecha Empire's method of mutual destruction. If we had known earlier, when the Beyond Grade A Association was first established, we would have. Sigh, what's the use of knowing earlier? We were not the ones in charge back then. Just how big of a mess did our predecessor leave for us? Ma Bruce could not help but think of the warning he had heard from Urinril decades ago, be careful of Blackstar, he's 100 times more dangerous than the Mecha Empire. At this point, he could only sigh and say as expected. Without any delay, the three of them directly dispersed all the upper echelons, sent out an invitation, and prepared to have a private talk with Han Xiao. The three of them did not have to wait long, and soon, Han Xiao's remote projection arrived. Your Excellencies, what a coincidence that we meet again so soon. Han Xiao's attitude was still the same, slightly nodding with a faint smile on his face. Although Han Xiao's tone was exactly the same as before, the three of them felt that there was a hint of mockery in it. Ma Bruce suppressed the urge to strangle Han Xiao and said with a deep voice, Blackstar, I'm sure you know why we called you over. Long story short, what exactly is the Sanctum Revival? Han Xiao blinked. I'm not too sure either. I also discovered this strange phenomenon by chance. Maybe it's some kind of space wonder. The corners of the three of their mouths twitched. Don't mention the term space wonder anymore. Just hearing it gives me a headache. Then, what's the process of the Sanctum Revival like? Are there any rules or restrictions? Louis continued. I'm not too sure either. I haven't studied it thoroughly yet. Han Xiao shrugged. The ethereal pope cleared his throat and said with a deep voice, I wonder if you're willing to share the method of the Sanctum Revival. We can discuss anything you want. Han Xiao smiled but did not say anything. Little brother, what are you thinking? Seeing this, the three of them also knew that this request was wishful thinking and were secretly unwilling. Ma Bruce clenched his teeth and said with a deep voice, Blackstar, you should know what kind of chaos the Sanctum Revival will bring to the Galactic Society. What's your motive for reviving these historical Beyond Grade As? What's your purpose? Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled. What are you talking about? I just wanted to test if the Sanctum Revival was effective. I didn't expect to accidentally revive this group of people. This was just an experiment accident. I can't possibly stuff them back into their graves, right? Ma Bruce almost exploded with anger. Experiment accident. Only a fool would believe this reason. The ethereal pope took over and said with a serious tone, whether it's an accident or not, the Beyond Grade A Association now has a group of so-called newcomers. We really want to know how you're going to deal with this problem. What the three of them were most worried about was that Blackstar would take the initiative to take action with this group of new people. There's no need to deal with them. Since they joined the association, they're naturally part of the association. There's no need for special treatment. I'll only give them a certain amount of resources and assistance according to the established rules of the association. As for other things, as long as they don't violate the rules of the association, I won't care. Han Xiao's attitude was stubborn. That's not enough. You know very well what we mean. We hope you can guarantee that the Beyond Grade A Association will always abide by the rules. Han Xiao chuckled. Even if I guarantee it, would you believe me? The three of them shook their heads helplessly. Indeed, not to mention that the foundation of trust between the two sides had already collapsed. Even if they believed in Blackstar, their own responsibilities required them to plan ahead and prepare for the worst. It was useless for anyone to guarantee it. The three of them did not dare show a hostile attitude toward Blackstar now. In the past, although Blackstar had a huge family business, he was still eating from them. However, it was different now. Due to the existence of the Sanctum Revival, Blackstar himself had the meaning of strategic deterrence and detonator. He was already on equal footing with the three universal civilizations. Bruce narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "Blackstar, are you still an ally of the dynasty?" Han Xiao glanced at him, thought for a while, and said, "The alliance hasn't been torn apart. The dynasty has always provided me with a lot of help. Of course, we're allies." Completely falling out with them was not in his interest, and Han Xiao did not want to do so. Bruce's eyes flashed. "Then I want to cooperate with you. Since you have the means of the Sanctum Revival, I hope you can revive Gord or the other beyond grade as of the dynasty." "I'll think about it." Han Xiao raised his brows and said. Of course, it was impossible for him to revive the direct members of the three universal civilizations. Seeing this, the three of them knew that it was impossible to get anything else from Han Xiao, so they could only hold back their dissatisfaction and end the communication. In the huge room, the three of them looked at each other and fell silent. Bruce pondered for a while before saying, "The original plan for the cleansing should be cancelled. We need a new response plan. I have roughly 3 ideas. One is to start with Blackstar, use spies to infiltrate and find a way to get information on the Sanctum Revival. The second is to divide the association, rope in some revivers, and try to ask them about the Sanctum Revival. As for the third..." As he spoke, he glanced at the two of them and seemed to hesitate for a while before continuing, "We should form a joint research team. We should independently study the secrets of the Sanctum Revival. I believe that Radiance and Ethereal are not completely ignorant of this. They both have some information." The other two were stunned, paused, and slowly nodded. The three universal civilizations came from the exploration era, so they naturally knew something about the Sanctums. The direct beyond grade as would occasionally receive some inspiration and leave some vague information. Furthermore, due to the rumors among the primordial ones during the exploration era, this was not the first time the three universal civilizations had heard of the revival of beyond grade as. When they learned about the revival of the dead, they immediately thought of this confidential information that could not be verified. This relevant information was all high-level secrets of the three universal civilizations, and they only wanted to study it themselves. However, because the information was extremely incomplete, the research had been progressing slowly without any clues. Most of the projects had been stopped long ago, and even the authenticity of this information was suspected. Now that the situation had changed, and the foundation of the three universal civilizations' rule was threatened, Bruce felt that now was not the time to hide. "I suggest that we share all the relevant secrets, piece together the clues we have, and study the so-called Sanctum Revival together. Only then will we have a small chance of making progress in a short period of time." After hesitating for a while, Louis slowly nodded. "Looks like this is the best way for now. Let's do it." The ethereal Pope nodded, indicating that he agreed. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, "In the short term, the possibility of us solving this problem is very small. However, in the long term, although we can't stop the revival of the historical beyond grade as, it's not impossible to suppress the number of beyond grade as. We can't stop the revival of the dead, but we can reduce the number of new beyond grade as and stop them from growing endlessly." "You mean?" The other two's eyes flickered. The ethereal Pope's eyes flickered with an inexplicable light as he said in a low voice, "The birth of the beyond grade as comes from the universe. The birth of beyond grade as comes from the huge base of supers in the universe. If we wipe out the calamity grades with potential, causing a gap in the superclass, or even cutting off the inheritance of super knowledge at the bottom level, we might be able to make the beyond grade as lose new blood." Hearing this, Bruce and Louis were shocked. They could not help but be shocked by the ethereal Pope's generosity. Supers had always been an important part of the galactic society, but this was to uproot the supers and remove the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. Even with their knowledge, they felt that this idea was too crazy. However, if only the advanced civilizations could nurture supers in the universe, how stable would the security be? How solid would the foundation of their rule be? The two of them could not help but imagine that scene. They had to admit that this blueprint was indeed tempting, and they were a little tempted. At the same time, in the army commander's personal machinery factory in Black Star Palace, Han Xiao put away the communicator, recalled the conversation with the leaders of the three universal civilizations, and exhaled softly. The balance has been formed. The three universal civilizations should have given up on the idea of a great purge. They'll most likely wait and see for a while and won't flip the table. This way, the intensity of the calamity of the supers is temporarily controlled, but I don't know how long it will last. Han Xiao nodded. The appearance of the revivers in advance, the exposure of the sanctum revival. The butterfly effect he brought would definitely change the course of the calamity of the supers, and it would not develop like in his previous life. However, he could not be sure to what extent the calamity of the supers storyline would change, so he could only improvise. P.S. Book The Imperial Teacher of Great Sway, written by the author. Just look at the title of the book. Those who like historical novels should take a look. Chapter 1277. Although we haven't completely shed all pretense of cordiality, our relationship is almost frozen. Han Xiao stroked his chin and thought to himself. Although the storyline had changed, he had predicted the actions of the three universal civilizations. The three leaders naturally had the intention of negotiating with him. However, Han Xiao had no intention of negotiating at all. The fundamental conflict was already on the surface, and if he did not resolve this, negotiations would be useless. The result of the negotiation that the three universal civilizations wanted was nothing more than for him to not revive historical beyond grade as at will. The targets of revival had to be selected by them, and the number of revivals could not exceed a certain number. In short, he was not allowed to use the sanctum revival at will, which was the most in line with the needs of the three universal civilizations. Even if he compromised, as long as the three universal civilizations did not grasp the sanctum revival, their actions would not change. The foundation of trust had been shattered, and nothing could dispel their fear. The fundamental conflict of interests had already made it impossible for the two sides to reach a consensus. Han Xiao naturally did not want to tie his hands and feet. Now that the deterrence and balance had been barely achieved, it did not matter if he did not negotiate. However, even if he did not negotiate, he did not want to excessively stimulate the nerves of the three universal civilizations. When the Holy Covenant revived a new beyond grade A in the future, as long as the three universal civilizations did not take any further action, he did not plan to expose it. The three universal civilizations have turned against us. Although it's not to the extent of being openly hostile, my business cooperation with the three universal civilizations should slowly be removed, and those resources will naturally not be given to me anymore. TSK, Ma Bruce didn't like me in the first place. It was only because of the agreement Yuren Rel signed that he had no choice but to continue supporting me unwillingly. Now, he can finally terminate the cooperation with me legitimately. However, I'm probably not the only one who will receive such treatment. Other than the direct descendants and allies who have not made a clear statement, it will be very difficult for the others to cooperate with the three universal civilizations. I still have to strengthen the independence of the association. Han Xiao's eyes turned. The nature of the storm caused by the Beyond Grade A association this time had changed. The three universal civilizations would most likely not continue to support the enemy, and non-armed countermeasures such as economic sanctions in the future could not be ruled out. With the three universal civilizations taking the lead, a large number of affiliated civilizations would also terminate their cooperation with certain Beyond Grade A organizations. If some targeted policies were introduced, many galactic financial groups would consciously terminate their contracts with the Beyond Grade A organizations, making the development of the Beyond Grade A organizations difficult. No matter how strong an individual was, the development of the organization could not be achieved overnight. Han Xiao did not doubt the influence of the three universal civilizations in this regard. At a certain level, free trade would eventually become a political issue. However, for the three beyond Grade A organizations, it would be a huge loss, and many of their channels would be cut off. Under such circumstances, the Superstar Cluster Alliance would most likely take advantage of the situation and try to contact some of the Beyond Grade as to replace the position of the three universal civilizations. However, perhaps the three universal civilizations would rather turn to the Superstar Cluster Alliance instead of continuing to work with the Beyond Grade A Association. Of course, even if the three universal civilizations did this, they would not do it in a high-profile manner. This battle would only take place out of the sight of most galactic residents. These problems might not happen in the short term, but it was necessary for the Beyond Grade A Association to establish a profit system independent of the three universal civilizations in Han Xiao's opinion. The current interest system could only be considered a half-finished product, and it still needed to be further improved. Countless organizations have contacted me over the past few days to ask about the Sanctum Revival. These are all resources that can be used. Han Xiao scratched his chin thoughtfully. To ordinary people, although the Sanctum Revival was magical, it had little to do with them. However, the financial groups with a better sense of business were requesting further cooperation, thinking that this was a huge business opportunity. In Han Xiao's opinion, these were all cornerstones that had been delivered to his doorstep. The various financial groups had always been important partners of the Beyond Grade A organizations. However, if the three universal civilizations adopted economic sanctions in the future, these financial groups would be stuck between the two camps and would have no choice but to choose. However, during such an emergency, Han Xiao did not want to explain the risks to the investors. He planned to let the association deepen its cooperation with these financial groups and not let them run away. If economic sanctions were really imposed one day, these financial groups would either continue to provide benefits for the association or cut their meat and withdraw. In short, they would not be allowed to leave unscathed. They would all be cut like leeks. If they lost the peaceful environment, they could only take more radical measures. With the association's power, they should be able to ensure that the bankers could collect their debts smoothly. On the other hand, for some organizations that had Beyond Grade As or once had Beyond Grade As, the Sanctum Revival was more important. Among them, Han Xiao paid the most attention to the descendants of the various Beyond Grade As. During this period, many people had tried to contact him, expressing their desire to revive their ancestors. The descendants of the historical Beyond Grade As are both a medium source and a high-value talent pool. The Sanctum Revival is a rare commodity in my hands. I can exchange some things with these races, Han Xiao whispered. Reviving a dead Beyond Grade A would most likely only earn the other party's gratitude, but if others requested to revive a target, they would be able to obtain more substantial benefits from them. As the saying went, where there was demand, there would be a market. In Han Xiao's opinion, this might be the correct way to open the Sanctum Revival. However, he was only thinking about it now. To maintain a sense of mystery, it would be vulgar to talk about money. It was not the time yet. Han Xiao wrote and drew on the memo, recording his thoughts one after another. The president was in charge of guiding the development of the association, so he had to consider all aspects and prepare early. Very soon, the memo was densely written. Han Xiao listed the tasks that needed to be completed at the moment. It looked complicated and trivial. He browsed through it from the beginning and nodded. That's basically it for the development of the association, and the organization is only one aspect. I've taken the pressure on myself, and my own strength is the foundation to maintain all of this. While thinking, Han Xiao opened the interface and smiled. With the revivers joining the association, the bonus of proof of leadership had a small increase. In the past few decades, he had digested most of Jay's technological treasures and created all kinds of gold equipment. He had already walked very far on the path of God's trait transformation. The machinery God's trait transformation had already reached the peak of LV-15, and he had used a lot of mission completion cards. The Void God's trait transformation had also reached LV-9, which was also a very high level. The bonuses brought by the two increased his energy rank by thousands of Ona. At the same time, when the machinery God's trait transformation reached the 15th level, it brought about additional enhancements, such as obtaining the first sanctum, fragment and increasing the chances of forming a unique talent by 15%. However, unlike the previous 2 times, this time, the unknown talent was finally activated and turned into a new talent, mechanical divinity. This was a special reward for reaching the peak of the machinery branch. It had a comprehensive effect, and the range of bonuses covered ability strength, mechanical force affinity, manufacturing efficiency, basic attributes, endurance, and so on. It increased Han Xiao's energy rank by another 900 owner. Other than that, mechanical divinity had 2 additional abilities. The first was that when using mechanical force to connect to machinery, he could slowly stack his statuses, becoming stronger the more he fought. The second was that during the next promotion, he would obtain an additional life level leap. In Han Xiao's opinion, this was probably the most crucial effect of this talent. Only then could it be called a transformation. As for the other Void Path, it mainly strengthened his racial characteristics and basic attributes, and his racial talents had improved quite a bit. At the 5th level, the Black Star race's talent, Mechanical Genius, had evolved by a huge leap. At the same time, he had also obtained a Sanctum fragment, which was also from the first Sanctum. As for exclusive talents, Han Xiao was finally not completely clueless. After decades of research, he finally triggered a notification related to exclusive talents. Exclusive talents were not the type that could be comprehended instantly. The mechanism was that during related activities, a certain amount of progress would be randomly obtained. Only when the progress reached 100% would a true talent be formed. The frequency and range of triggering depended on the exclusive talent formation probability. Because of the bonus from God's trait transformation, Han Xiao had only managed to activate the embryonic form. After decades, he had only triggered it about 3 times. The probability was very low, and the progress was only at 44.7%. According to this speed, a normal beyond grade A would take more than 100 years to create an exclusive talent. Awakening points could speed up this process, but Han Xiao had not been able to harvest leaks for decades, so he had been very frugal. He did not upgrade his abilities much, so he naturally did not have many awakening points. Han Technician looked at the interface and silently calculated his strength. The energy rank increase brought to me by the various talents is too high. I've already pulled away from the first tier beyond grade as in the universe. I might really be able to create a new level during the level 360 promotion. It's best to push the God's trait transformation path to the peak before the promotion to maximize the benefits. The gold grade blueprints in Jay's technological treasure trove might not be enough, but I should be able to collect a wave of them the next time I enter the first sanctum. I won't have to worry about not having enough God's trait transformation points. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He was secretly looking forward to it. It seemed like no one had ever stepped into the higher realm of individual strength in any iteration. He wondered what it would feel like then, in the Supercluster Alliance's joint conference room. Who would have thought that the Beyond Grade A Association would give us such a big surprise? The leaders of the various supercluster civilizations gathered together. They could barely hide the smiles on their faces. Ever since their defeat in the Flickering War, the Supercluster Alliance had been chased out of the Flickering world by the 3 universal civilizations. They could only endure the humiliation, return home to lick their wounds, recuperate, and lie dormant to look for other opportunities. However, they did not expect that in just a few decades, the structure of the universe would change. The conflict between the Beyond Grade As and the 3 universal civilizations has begun. Black Star is always full of surprises. He actually dug up those dead people. This time, the 3 universal civilizations will definitely not sit still. This is our chance. The Star Arc civilization's leader's eyes sparkled. This is indeed a good time to intervene. It's another direction to shake the rule of the 3 universal civilizations. We can improve on the basis of the original plan, someone said with a smile. Even while recuperating, the Supercluster Alliance had not been idle. They had always been planning to create some trouble for the 3 universal civilizations. They had originally planned to support a special organization together, take the route of the lowest level, and incite the anger of the people to reduce the hearts of the three universal civilizations as much as possible. This would slightly shake the rule of the three universal civilizations. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Now, there was clearly a better choice. Everyone had their own ideas, and they began discussing intensely. Then, how should we intervene in this storm? We can't do it ourselves. We have to hide behind the scenes. Now that the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association are still restraining themselves, we should intensify their conflict and make them openly hostile. The best result would be a lose-lose situation. However, the Beyond Grade A Association only has top-level strength, and their strength is too weak. They're no match for the three universal civilizations. Maybe we should think of a way to increase the association's strength. You mean cooperation with benefits? Although it's feasible, it will also attract the attention of the three universal civilizations. No, not cooperation. We can secretly kill the association members and frame the three universal civilizations, just like what they did to us in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. Everyone threw out one plan after another and discussed endlessly. At this time, the Star Arc civilization's leader's eyes sparkled. Maybe we can play a big game. Hearing this, the others looked over with curious expressions. What do you think? The Star Arc civilization's leader narrowed his eyes and said with a deep voice, "The current conflict is only between the Beyond Grade As and the three universal civilizations. The scope is still too narrow. We can stir up a bigger conflict. For example, expand the conflict to the supers and the three universal civilizations. We can spread rumors that the three universal civilizations want to kill the supers in order to stop the new Beyond Grade As. Then, we can find some people to pretend to be the hunting team of the three universal civilizations and expose it. Even if the rumors are too exaggerated, fear is the best persuasive force. The Beyond Grade As are the natural opinion leaders of the supers. This way, we should be able to push many supers to the association's side and confront the three universal civilizations, expanding the conflict. Since the association is profitable, there's a high chance that they will cooperate and take the opportunity to strengthen their forces. The three universal civilizations will lose a large number of supers, and their prestige will plummet. Isn't this a great deal? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. After a moment of silence, someone could not help but ask, "Isn't this a little too exaggerated? If we incite a rebellion of the entire superclass, the galactic society will be in chaos. Furthermore, the three universal civilizations will not sit still and will definitely retaliate. What if they expose us instead? The risk is indeed high, but the benefits are also huge. This is already a good gamble. I'm just suggesting a new idea. As for how to do it, we have to think about it carefully." The Star Arc civilization's leader shrugged, indicating that they could only make a choice. He suddenly paused and added, "The three universal civilizations are not pure. Judging from their current situation, they might really have the idea of creating a gap in the superclass. Since they can't stop the dead from coming back to life, they can only stop the birth of new people. However, even if they have the idea, they will only act secretly and only target the calamity grades with potential. What we have to do is probably just help them publicize it." As he spoke, the Star Arc civilization's leader sneered. He did not dare say anything else, but when it came to fanning the flames, he was a professional. At the same time, somewhere in the ancient star desert, in a bustling galactic transit station. On the bustling street, a few guys in black hooded robes walked in the endless stream of people. Their hoods covered their faces, so their appearances could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, they stopped and looked up at a tall building not far away. At this time, the virtual screen on the outer wall was broadcasting news related to the Sanctum revival, describing the identity of the association's revivers. The burly man in the lead lifted his hood slightly, revealing a resolute and cold face. It was Pangan. These people were the group of Avengers who had left the Holy Covenant more than 2 months ago. "Humph, have Beja and the others already appeared?" Pangan whispered to himself. A companion beside him glanced at him and asked, "We've already been out for a few months. What do you plan to do?" Pangan's eyes flashed coldly. With the strength of the few of us, it's still too early to take revenge on the advanced civilizations. It just so happens that Beja and the others have attracted the attention of the entire universe. We'll lay low and secretly develop our forces. When we accumulate enough strength, it won't be too late to take revenge on the 3 universal civilizations. Before that, we have to hide our hostility. We can even pretend to cooperate with the 3 universal civilizations and stab them when the time is right. As he spoke, Pangan took out his communicator, which displayed the life history of a person. It was Escod. He glanced at his companion, pointed at Escod's profile picture, and said with a deep voice, "This method of doing things like this is very useful. Just like this junior's method, there's a lot of learning value. We can refer to his method." Chapter 1278. In the depths of the secondary dimension world. This was a verdant land, lush and verdant, with a harmonious landscape, full of vitality. In the center was a white tower with a beautiful and prosperous appearance. The surrounding buildings were arranged in a ring, and the height gradually decreased from the inside out. The continuous building complex extended to the end of the line of sight, as if it was a city built to protect this tower. The streets were bustling with life. Species with different appearances lived here harmoniously. Most of them were species that existed in the main universe, but there were also a few native species that were born in this secondary dimension. Although there was a sun, a moon, and thousands of stars in the sky, if a Beyond Grade A was here, they would be able to see the magic patterns flickering. These scenes were all illusions engraved by magic circuits and did not exist in reality. At this moment, there was a beautiful brown wooden table on the balcony at the top of the tower. It was made of magic core wood, a precious material in magic alchemy. There were 4 ivory white teacups on the table, which looked like they were made of ceramic. The teacups were filled with amber-colored tea. Steam was rising from the teacups, and a refreshing fragrance filled the air, making one feel calm. Clearly, it was also a precious tea ingredient. 4 figures sat around the table, overlooking the boundless city while drinking tea elegantly. They appeared to be leisurely and carefree. At this moment, an almost invisible shadow suddenly appeared beside the table, as if this space suddenly had the effect of a convex mirror. "My messenger is back," one of the old men in a gorgeous mage robe pressed between his eyebrows. Thick magic power turned into an invisible vortex, instantly absorbing this shadow. He closed his eyes, his expression as if he was savoring it. Suddenly, his brows raised. Something big seems to have happened in the main universe. Hearing this, the others put down their teacups and looked over curiously. "What happened over there? See for yourselves." The old mage pointed his finger, and a thread of psychic energy shot out from between his eyebrows, entering the heads of the other 3, sharing their memories. Inside was the galactic news about the Beyond Grade A Association. The primordial ones are alive. The Sanctum Revival? There's actually such a thing. Their expressions changed, revealing looks of surprise. The main universe is changing with each passing day. Things that were previously unimaginable seem to be coming true one by one. This is the tide of the times. The old mage's tone was somewhat emotional. Let them do whatever they want. In any case, it has nothing to do with us. Didn't we hide from the world long ago because we didn't want to be involved in this kind of storm? Another person shook his head. Even the advanced civilizations could not supervise the birth of every Beyond Grade A super. Everyone had different pursuits. Occasionally, there would be new Beyond Grade As who were unwilling to fight for power, unwilling to show their abilities, unwilling to participate in the changes of the times. Thus, after stepping into the Beyond Grade A realm, they would choose to live in seclusion, hiding the strength they had obtained with great difficulty. Because those who could advance to Beyond Grade A were usually people with strong desires, such new Beyond Grade As without ambition were relatively rare. Due to luck and other factors, they were not recorded by the advanced civilizations. The 4 present were all Beyond Grade As who had lived in seclusion a long time ago. They shared the same ideals and had left the main universe together, settling down in the depths of the secondary dimensions. They hid in small buildings and did not care about the seasons. This secondary dimension, called the Kingdom of the Four Gods, was not naturally formed. The four of them had chosen a suitable dimension, placed the materials, population, and other elements stolen from the main universe, and transformed it into a prosperous utopia-like world. At the same time, everyone's memories of the main universe were erased, making the residents think that this dimension was the entire world. The population had been passed down generation after generation, and they had long believed in this. The residents were far away from the chaos of war and enjoyed the peace of seclusion. Almost everyone could live to the end of their lives, and the four of them were respected as gods of creation. The old mage shook his head. Although that's the case, the Sanctum revival is worth our attention. Sooner or later, we will decline. If we can get a second life, we can continue to exist. When we left back then, we didn't want to go back. Are we going to break our vow now? Some people were hesitant. They were used to staying in here and had some fear of going out. They instinctively felt repulsed. The old mage stroked his long beard and hesitated. Let's wait and see. Now is not a good time to go back. When everything is settled, it will be the right time. At that time, we can have a chat with that junior called Blackstar. Even the secluded beyond grade as could not help but be attracted by the Sanctum revival. It was not just the four of them, similar things were happening in many corners of the secondary dimension world. The Sanctum revival was like a deep water bomb, flipping up the sand in the depths of the sea, causing some existences hidden in the shadows to enter the range of sunlight. Invisible undercurrents surged in unknown corners. Central Galaxy, Arcane Church, Temple of 10,000 Gods. The hall was filled with statues of gods of all shapes and sizes. Some were majestic and heroic, some were otherworldly, and some were indescribable. The only thing they had in common was that they were all lifelike. There were statues of gods of all the religions in the universe, and there was a complete variety of them. God's chosen Warnos stood in the middle of the hall, praying with his head lowered. The silver-grey priest robe on his body fluttered without any wind, and colorful spiritual halos flew around his huge body. Upon closer inspection, these spiritual halos seemed to contain lines of divine proverbs. At this moment, a priest walked in with an upper echelon of the Arcane Church. Your Excellency, the Pope needs your help. The upper echelon of the Arcane Church placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Warnos stopped praying and said without turning his head, "Speak." Okay, because of the Sanctum revival, we have reached a new cooperation agreement with the Dynasty and Radiance. We plan to form a joint research team to study the Sanctum revival phenomenon on our own. We plan to build a secret research institute in the desolate universe area between the three territories. The Pope wants to invite the gods over. Sure. Warnos turned his head and pointed at a statue that looked like a sword-wielding angel. This was a god worshipped by a large religious sect called Barbroi. In the mythology system of this church, the clergy of this god was equivalent to a combatant. At this time, an invisible energy spread out, and the statue suddenly shook. A white gold light shot out from inside. The moment the light left the statue, the lifelike feeling of the statue disappeared. It suddenly became lifeless and lifeless, without any spirituality. The platinum-colored spirit light fused into Warno's body. The next moment, with a whoosh, an illusory figure suddenly grew out of his back, as if it had broken out of his body. This phantom had a pair of glowing wings and held a gorgeous long sword. It had the same appearance as the statue, but its size and appearance were exactly the same as Warno's. It was like the product of the two of them combining. At this moment, this phantom only extended its upper body like a sibling. It used its hands to support Warno's broad shoulders and was trying its best to pull itself out of Warno's body inch by inch. In just a few seconds, this sword-wielding angel version of Warno's successfully separated from his main body. It flapped its wings and floated in the air, scattering platinum liquid energy all over the ground. Its body quickly turned from an illusion to a physical body. Its aura was strong, and it emitted the energy fluctuations of a high level beyond grade A. The two figures stood side by side, like different versions of the same person. At this moment, Warnos slowly spoke. One god is enough. Barbroi is qualified for this mission. Bring him over. Okay, I'll bring him over. Thank you for your gift. The upper echelons of the arcane church nodded again. No matter how many times he saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. This was the guardian of the arcane church, the strongest person recognized by the entire universe for many years, the legendary god's chosen who could enlighten the gods, one person, and he was the god. This was not just a personal ability. One of the core universal treasures of the arcane church had also merged into Warno's body, creating the title of God's Chosen. At this moment, Warnos saw that the other party had not left. Is there anything else? The upper echelons of the arcane church came back to their senses and hurriedly said, "There's one more thing. The Pope asked me to ask away." The upper echelons of the arcane church hesitated for a moment before carefully saying, "The Pope wants to know, are you confident in killing Black Star?" Hearing this, Warnos finally looked back at him and frowned. "I'm not confident." "Okay, sorry to disturb you. I'll be leaving." The upper echelons of the arcane church had no choice but to leave. After watching the official disappear from his sight, Warnos retracted his gaze and lowered his head to continue praying. He did not move from his position from beginning to end, like a statue standing on the spot. The popularity of the news of the Sanctum revival quickly rose to its peak in a few days and did not show any signs of subsiding for half a month. The major news media found a new entry point and began to count the identities, resumes, and abilities of the revivers. This immediately piqued the curiosity of the people, and the viewership ratings remained high. At the same time, the production company of the Wayne cards said that they would work overtime overnight to create the Revivers series of cards based on historical figures. They would draw card packs and develop several new styles of gameplay based on the Sanctum revival. They were already at the pinnacle of leeching off popularity. In the various strata of society, the reaction of the Calamity Grade supers was very intense. Calamity Grades had the strength to rule over an area, and they would rather be the tail of a phoenix. A considerable number of Calamity Grades did not want to join a Beyond Grade A organization, but the existence of the Sanctum revival shook the minds of many people. Generally speaking, Calamity Grades joining a Beyond Grade A organization were either to enjoy the shade under a big tree or to obtain the guidance of a Beyond Grade A super. However, some people were well aware of their own potential and understood that they did not have the qualifications to enter the Beyond Grade A realm, so the motivation to train hard was not that strong. Many people stopped moving forward and indulged in the rites brought by strength. However, the attraction of a second life was almost irresistible. Even the Calamity Grade supers who had long accepted their mediocrity could not help but be reignited by greed. This was especially true for the Beyond Grade A seeds, who were the most affected. Originally, most Beyond Grade A seeds had a sense of pride, and not everyone craved the guidance of a Beyond Grade A. Even if they knew that it would be beneficial to them, some of them did not want to work for others. After all, they had to pay a price for what they wanted. Some Beyond Grade A seeds who were lone wolves only wanted to walk their own path and complete the sublimation on their own. Then, they would stand on their own and become the number one figure in the universe. However, the situation had changed. If they did not enter the Beyond Grade A realm, they would not be able to enjoy the Sanctum revival. This was a safety guarantee. The mentality of these potential stocks who were only one step away from Beyond Grade A gradually wavered. Their thoughts began to slowly shift toward joining a Beyond Grade A organization, obtaining guidance, and obtaining the qualifications for the Sanctum revival as soon as possible. Most of the supers who could become Beyond Grade A seeds were decisive people. Once they made a decision, they would quickly put it into action. For a time, many Beyond Grade A seeds in the various starfields stopped their training, adjusted their itinerary, and turned to head to the flickering world. Capable people all had pride, but most of the time, the reason why they did not speak was because they did not give enough chips. This was the law of the universe. Chapter 1279. Somewhere in the Black Hole Edge starfield, a small fleet was advancing toward the flickering world. In the command room of the leading ship, many operators were busy at their posts, reporting the parameters from time to time. "Reporting, Captain, We have left the hate civilization's territory and entered the low-security area where space pirates wreak havoc. The alert level has been adjusted to level 7. In about 54 hours, the fleet will arrive at the joint neutral area and enter the radiation range of the interstellar field Stargate. Expand the patrol range of the unmanned reconnaissance fleet. The next section of the road is not safe, so be careful. Garvin sat in the captain's seat and gave orders. He was tall and slender, with a fair complexion and a handsome appearance. He wore a black wide-brimmed hat with a white feather at the top. He wore a set of elegant and decent casual clothes with the top of the hat open, revealing his smooth and fair chest. There was a long and thin sword in a sheath hanging from his waist, engraved with magic patterns. It was obviously a magic weapon. White Wave Garvin, one of the recorded Beyond Grade A seeds, did not belong to any organization and usually traveled freely in the universe. This kind of neutral Beyond Grade A seed had always been an important target for the advanced civilizations to rope in, and Garvin was no exception. The 3 universal civilizations, the supercluster civilizations, and the local civilizations of the Black Hole Edge had all extended an olive branch to him. However, Garvin had never expressed his opinion, not only because he did not like to work, but also because he wanted to wait for the right price. Originally, the price of the 3 universal civilizations had already moved him, and he was hesitating whether to join them or not. However, the recent Sanctum Revival incident made Garvin give up on the idea. Even though the 3 universal civilizations had greatly increased the price of roping him in after the incident, Garvin was not moved. He suddenly lost interest in the resources promised by the 3 universal civilizations and did not even have the intention to continue negotiating. He decided to turn around and join a Beyond Grade A organization, heading straight to the flickering world with his fleet. He had even chosen his target. Black Star had the Sanctum Revival, so he would join the Black Star Corps. If he stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm in the future, he would have the advantage of being in a favorable position. Garvin casually swiped through the communicator, browsing the recent news on the local network channel. Soon, he saw a headline titled "The 3 Universal Civilizations claim to have long known about the Sanctum Revival phenomenon, have been secretly researching it, and have recently obtained in-progress results." He could not help but curl his lips with a disapproving expression. TSK, the 3 universal civilizations have started to spread fake news to appease the people. Recently, similar news had been spreading. Due to the impact of the Sanctum Revival on the outside world, many social classes had a chain reaction. Even some direct members of the advanced civilizations were shaken. In Garvin to make a move to come to an end, to appease the people to make outsiders believe that the 3 universal civilizations to master of the Sanctum Revival. Although the Sanctum Revival was a new technology, the 3 universal to it to be civilization, to the sanctum civilization to being today, the to it, to be found, to the civilization was, civilization. However, most of the people who believed in such rumors were the lower-class galactic residents. Naturally, Gavin did not believe it. The 3 universal civilizations are feeling the pressure. That's not a bad thing. Only when there is competition between the big factions will we get more attention. In order to win us over, they have no choice but to give us better benefits. If not for the 3 universal civilizations feeling the pressure of competition, they would not have suddenly increased the bargaining chip to win me over. Garvin scratched his chin and muttered to himself. After reading the news for a while, Gavin realized that there was something wrong with the netizens' comment section. It was filled with a large number of curses directed at supers. Some were sarcastic about the privileges of supers, while others were angry and shared cases of supers bullying ordinary people. These comments were actually liked by a large number of passers-by. Garvin carefully browsed through it and shook his head helplessly. Most ordinary people were envious of the strength, status, and privileges of supers, but they were also jealous of them. Supers were one of the most active classes in the universe, but they only made up a very small portion of the total population of the universe. Ordinary people were the mainstream, and the conflict between the two had been accumulating for a long time. Most people were destined to not have the potential to become a super from the moment they were born and were destined to be mediocre for life. The more they envied supers, the more they hated that they did not have such a life. They hated the unfairness of fate, so their hatred was transferred to supers. It was difficult for reason to tame the human heart. There was always a place for the thought of not worrying about scarcity but inequality, forming a stubborn social conflict between the two classes. On the scale of the universe, supers and ordinary people were not just a matter of class. They were not even the same creatures. Supers represented the direction of life evolution, and ordinary people represented the backward low-level life forms. Even if the Galactic Society did not advocate such a thought, many people believed that this was the truth. The ordinary people who occupied the mainstream of the population were unwilling to accept their innate position of being eliminated in the evolution process, so conflict was destined. In real life, most galactic residents did not dare act rashly in front of supers, but on the quantum network, they did not have to worry. The existence of the Sanctum Revival seemed to have become an opportunity to ignite the accumulated resentment of the classes. Many ordinary people became more and more angry, cursing the injustice. In the group of thoughts with the nature of venting, emotions were often higher than rationality. Even if many people knew that the strength of supers was the result of hard work, it was meaningless. Either all the supers in the universe died, or they became supers too. Otherwise, they would still curse. Although Kevin was not surprised by this, he felt that the class conflict this time seemed to have erupted a little too fiercely. He did not believe that there was no mastermind behind it. The dark clouds keep piling up, and the storm will come as expected. I feel that if this continues, the future of the Galactic Society will not be good. Kevin could not help but shake his head. Boom. At this time, the spaceship suddenly shook, and the radar buzzed. Warning. Warning. Detecting space interference device nearby. Exiting hyperdrive flight mode. Detecting an unknown spaceship approaching quickly, Kevin was slightly shocked. He quickly enlarged his vision and saw a small fleet surrounding them. It was a pirate gang active in this area, and the captain seemed to be a calamity grade. The next moment, the voice of this pirate gang sounded in the public channel. Stop the ship immediately and open the connecting passage. Let our people board the ship, or we will open fire. So, it's a robbery. Kevin heaved a sigh of relief, and his face turned cold. Captain, what do we do? The pilot asked. Because he believed in Kevin's strength, he was not nervous at all. Humph, let them board the ship. If they want to die, let them come. I'll deal with them. Kevin's eyes flickered. Very soon, the fleet stopped in place according to his instructions. Seeing this, the pirate gang quickly approached, and the two sides connected. The cabin door opened with a whoosh, and a group of space pirates stepped onto Gavin's spaceship with their guns raised. Everyone on the spaceship was waiting in front of the passage. Where is the captain? Come out and see me. The pirate leader looked around the crowd. At this time, a loud roar sounded from the crowd. You provoked the wrong person. Gavin, who had concealed his aura and was hiding in the crowd, suddenly attacked. He pulled out his slender saber and slashed out a stream of light. A sharp cold light flashed out. The pirate leader was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm. Pugilist flames wrapped around his arm, turning into solid armor as he tried to block the sudden attack. Swoosh. The next second, blood flashed, and the pirate leader cried out in pain. The blade cut through his protective flames and deeply embedded into his blocking arm. Kevin held the saber with both hands and spun around. A wave-like white saber light suddenly lit up and disappeared in a flash, leaving a stunning scar on everyone's retina. Swoosh. One of the pirate leader's arms was chopped off. The cut was smooth, and the blood did not seem to be able to keep up with the speed of the saber light. It froze for a full second before spurting out, dyeing the corridor of the spaceship red. Both of them were calamity grades, but Kevin's rank was far higher than his opponent's. With a single attack, he crippled his opponent. As a pugilist of the combat soldier branch, Kevin's lethality was extremely high. In terms of saber techniques, he had long reached the level of a grandmaster. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. In the team of galactic pirates, 7 or 8 people suddenly burst out with the aura of a calamity grade and attacked Kevin at the same time. They were like hunters who had been hiding for a long time and suddenly released their killing intent. What? Kevin's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. These people were definitely not members of the galactic pirates. If this galactic pirate group had so many experts, they would have long been famous. It was impossible for him not to be mentally prepared. He was so close, yet he did not discover the aura of these people. These ambushes were definitely not simple. Kevin did not have time to think about the origins of these people. He hurriedly dodged and blocked. However, the sneak attack was too sudden, and he did not manage to block much of the attack. He took the brunt of the attack and immediately spat out blood. As a pugilist of the combat soldier branch, he did not specialize in defense. They're not ordinary calamity grades. They're all experts. Gavin was horrified. While he was vomiting blood, he used the reaction force to shoot out. He slashed out a wide crescent-shaped slash and shattered the cabin wall of the spaceship. He escaped into the universe and went straight to another spaceship. At this time, 7 or 8 calamity-grade supers immediately chased after him and surrounded him. They cooperated well, trapping Kevin while destroying all the spaceships, not leaving any behind for the other party to escape. Seeing his escape routes being cut off one by one, Kevin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had no choice but to resist with all his might. His blade flashed back and forth, fighting with this group of people. Very soon, he was surrounded by danger. Even as a beyond grade A seed, he could not take the attacks of 7 or 8 calamity grade supers. Not everyone had the terrifying resistance of Black Star. "You guys are not galactic pirates. Who are you?" Kevin asked loudly in the public channel. Through the aura lock, he could vaguely feel the resolute killing intent of these calamity-grade supers toward him. It was as though they had been targeting him from the beginning. Could it be that this group of galactic pirates and these people were deliberately hiding here to ambush me? However, his question was destined not to be answered. These calamity-grade supers remained silent, only attacking more and more fiercely, releasing cold killing intent without restraint. Seeing this, Kevin clenched his teeth, unwilling to sit still and wait for death. He called for help in the public channel while trying his best to break out of the encirclement. Even though he knew that his chances of survival were extremely slim, he could not give up. Several figures were entangled in a fierce battle. Shockwaves of energy blasted out in all directions. The battlefield was constantly shifting as the battle continued. More and more wounds appeared on Kevin's body, and he was covered in blood. He did not know how long he had been fighting, but he was gradually exhausted, and his consciousness began to blur. It wasn't easy for me to have the strength I have now, and I have hope of stepping into the beyond grade A realm. My future is bright. Am I going to die here for no reason today? Kevin forced himself to stay awake, and a strong sense of unwillingness surged in his mind. However, at this moment, their attacks suddenly stopped, and they looked up at the universe not far away. A shuttle-shaped spaceship appeared in their line of sight and was approaching. It seemed to have discovered the abnormal energy reaction here and had come to check it out. There are witnesses. What do we do? Ignore them. Kill the target first. End this quickly. The few of them quickly communicated, and the next moment, the intensity of their attacks soared again. They abandoned all defense and switched to fighting with injuries. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Gavin's heavily injured body could not withstand the sudden increase in attacks and was hit by the storm. His entire body shattered inch by inch, and his life force quickly left this shell. Just as a calamity-grade supers was about to deal the final fatal blow, something unexpected happened. A holy golden light suddenly shot out from the shuttle-shaped spaceship that was rapidly approaching, shining on Kevin's tattered body. The next moment, as though a miracle happened, Kevin's body recovered in the blink of an eye, and all his injuries disappeared without a trace. His eyes were wide open, as though he had not recovered from his shock. The pupils of the few calamity-grade supers suddenly constricted, and they all looked at the spaceship that the light came from. At the same time, inside the shuttle-shaped spaceship, Aurora retracted her hand, and her eyes flashed with excitement and curiosity. Going out with you is indeed very fun. We can always encounter strange things. Hearing this, Fu Ding shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't been pulled in as a strong man, he wouldn't have wanted to accompany Aurora on a trip. Although he was called a bodyguard, in reality, he just wanted to ride on his luck and use him as a trigger to make the trip more interesting and exciting. Chapter 1280. Ever since she stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm more than half a year ago, Aurora had received the approval of Han Xiao and Hela to leave the base alone and adventure in the universe. According to her, she had finally made it, so she had to have fun outside before going back. In the first few months, Aurora traveled around alone, looking at the scenery and experiencing the cultures of different civilizations. However, she soon felt that such a journey was too dull. There were no waves, and it was not as exciting as she had imagined it to be. Therefore, after Han Xiao returned from the sanctum, Aurora borrowed Fu Ding from him and asked Han Xiao to use the king to teleport him to her side. The effect of this was very obvious, and her journey suddenly became exciting. According to incomplete statistics, in the past 2 months, the two of them had been involved in more than 10 incidents of various sizes. Aurora was very satisfied, but Fu Ding did not have anything to live for. He could only be dragged around and continue his life as a tool. He could not help but regret separating Chen Xing's soul. Otherwise, he would have been able to pass the time spiritually and not be an obedient mascot like he was now. Their spaceship was a special grade spaceship specially made by Black Star. The hyperdrive engine, energy shield, detection radar, concealment device, smart protection, and other equipment were all top-notch. Not long ago, the spaceship detected an abnormal energy reaction in this area and deduced that a battle was taking place. The special communication device broke through the channel blocking signal and successfully intercepted Kevin's call for help. At the same time, Aurora's Esper ability also detected the life signals of multiple Calamity-grade supers. She immediately knew that there was something fun to be had. She turned around to take a look and immediately saw this scene. Although I don't know what happened here, after a few months of traveling, Aurora has already developed her own style of doing things. Regardless of why they are killing each other, before I figure out the ins and outs of the matter, no one is allowed to die. Unlimited healing power, just that domineering. Seeing that Kevin was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Aurora raised her hand and gave him a big mouthful of milk without hesitation. With the strength of her Beyond Grade A Esper ability, healing a Calamity-grade supers was as easy as breathing. Not only did she instantly pull Kevin back from the brink of death, but she also gave him various strengthening statuses, making him even stronger than when he was at his peak. I'm not dead. Gavin lowered his head and stared blankly at his unscathed body. Just now, he had already felt the darkness of death assaulting him. He thought that he was definitely going to die, but this sudden mouthful of milk caught him off guard. He was left with only confusion, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was an illusion or not. At the same time, the expressions of the Calamity-grade supers changed drastically, and they scattered. It's a Beyond Grade A fluctuation. Run. Without hesitation, they split up and fled. Enchanted tattoos lit up on their bodies, all of which were engraved with the magic circuits of short-distance teleportation. Space rippled slightly, and everyone's teleportation entered a state of channeling. You want to leave after hitting me? Gavin immediately regained his senses and rushed toward the nearest opponents. An even more powerful flame aura condensed on the edge of his saber. The saber slashed out rapidly, leaving after images one after another as it flung out sharp saber lights. 3 people's channeling state was interrupted, and they hurriedly dodged. A small whirlpool teleportation gate had already appeared in front of the others, and it was rapidly expanding. It would only take a few seconds for the teleportation to complete and allow them to escape from this place. Seeing that the teleportation spell had already taken shape, the few of them were about to heave a sigh of relief when they suddenly felt a special spatial fluctuation spread out from Aurora's spaceship. This fluctuation was like an iron, directly wiping out all the spatial folds on the battlefield, and the teleportation gates that were about to take shape shattered and disappeared. On the spaceship, Aurora curled her lips. Do you think my spaceship is just a decoration? Her spaceship contained a lot of advanced technology, including some that Han Xiao had inherited from Jay's technology treasure trove. The instant spacetime anchoring was just a child's play. Seeing this, the faces of the few Calamity-grade supers froze. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. The next moment, this group of people gave up on escaping and charged toward the spaceship in unison. Their momentum was unstoppable, as though they wanted to fight to the death. Fu Ding narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, Aurora pressed on his shoulder. "Stay here. Let me do it." Aurora's eyes sparkled, and energy surged all over her body. She instantly turned into the mature version, and the mark of the underworld on the back of her hand lit up. She waved her hand, and the life energy, death energy, and revival energy appeared at the same time, intertwining with each other. She used her energy to weave bones, muscles, and blood vessels, turning them into temporary shells of 10 different species. Under the special effect of the power of rebirth, the temporary bodies quickly materialized. The details and outline were almost no different from a real physical body. The only difference was that these temporary bodies were all emitting a faint fluorescent light, still retaining a certain energy body characteristic. Then, she flicked her finger, and 10 Calamity-grade hero spirits flew out from the mark of the underworld, merging into different shells. The next moment, these shells released Calamity-grade energy fluctuations. Hero spirits descend, Edo reincarnation. This series of actions was very smooth, and it was unknown how many times they had practiced. Only at this moment did these hero spirits become complete, possessing the actual combat strength they had when they were alive. "Go, take them down." Aurora chuckled. The 10 Calamity-grade hero spirits nodded and immediately charged out of the spaceship, intercepting their opponents and fighting fiercely. Seeing this, Kevin did not have the time to be shocked and joined the battle as well. The hero spirits did not care about the death of their physical body, so they did not set up any defenses. This kind of aggressive fighting style was just a normal tactic for them, and they were often able to perform above their usual standards, exceeding their combat strength when they were alive. Even with the holy light particle, Aurora's frontal attack was still relatively weak. She had already completely gotten used to the summoning style, but she usually only summoned Calamity-grade hero spirits because summoning beyond grade A hero spirits consumed too much energy. Furthermore, she had promised Han Xiao that she would not allow beyond grade as to come out for a walk so easily. There was no suspense when a beyond grade A bullied a Calamity-grade super. These Calamity-grade supers of unknown origins were quickly forced to retreat, covered in wounds. Seeing that they were about to be captured alive, this group of people gritted their teeth as though they had made up their minds. They crazily compressed the energy in their bodies, and the surface of their bodies was quickly covered with glowing cracks. "They're going to self-destruct." Gavin was shocked and subconsciously retreated. He did not expect this group of people to be so decisive, willing to self-destruct rather than be captured alive. Boom! The next moment, their bodies suddenly self-destructed, and a shockwave burst forth. However, just as the self-destruction began, a holy light shot out from the spaceship again, sweeping past them. The shattered bodies of this group of people were glued back together, returning to their original state. Their pupils constricted, and they self-destructed again without hesitation. However, the same thing happened again. Just as they felt the pain of their bodies tearing apart, another holy light shot out, wiping away their injuries again. After trying several times, the result was the same. The determination on their faces turned into confusion and despair. They already understood that their lives were no longer in their control from this moment onward, and they could not even commit suicide. They could neither live nor die. "All right, stop playing with them. Let me do it." Fu Ding shook his head helplessly. He took out the soul swapper, extracted their souls, and transferred them into a few prepared animal containers. After a few decades, Fu Ding had finally entered the ranks of the beyond grade A seeds. With the help of the soul swapper, it could be said that he was unmatched among the Calamity grades. These people's bodies instantly turned into empty shells, and they were easily captured alive and brought into the spaceship. The remaining hero spirits began to clean up the battlefield. Seeing this, Kevin finally relaxed, and his heart was filled with the joy of escaping death. He hurriedly said in the public channel, "I'm Kevin. You've saved my life. I wonder if I have the honor of thanking you in person?" After a few seconds, a reply sounded in the channel. "Let's talk on the spaceship." Kevin's spirits were lifted, and he approached the spaceship. The hatch opened, allowing him to fly into the cabin. Following the guidance robot to the command room, Kevin immediately saw the eye-catching Aurora and bowed respectfully without hesitation. "So, it's the new Deputy Army Commander of the Black Star Corps, Goddess of Life Aurora. It's truly my fortune to meet you." When Aurora made her move for the first time, Kevin had already vaguely guessed the identity of her helper, but he only dared to confirm it when he saw her in person. Kevin's heart was filled with joy. Luckily, he met Aurora, who had the Esper ability of life. If it had been anyone else, they might not have been able to pull him back from the brink of death. "In the vast universe, I just happened to meet a Beyond Grade A who can save me. What kind of probability is this? My luck is too good." Aurora originally wanted to learn from Hela and act cold, but she was stunned for a moment. When did I get this nickname?" "You don't know?" Kevin explained. "Because you're the sister of Goddess of Death Hela and have the opposite ability, the outside world gradually started to call you that." "Not bad, not bad. I'm someone with a nickname now." Aurora was overjoyed. Although she only had one nickname at the moment, and Hela had a bunch of titles such as Goddess of Death, Crimson Snake, Lifebreaker, and so on, this was a good start. Sooner or later, she would be able to suppress her sister and hold her head high. Imagining this scene, Aurora could not help but feel excited. Fu Ding immediately knew that Aurora had spaced out again, so he had no choice but to continue the conversation. We received your call for help, so we came in time. Tell us the cause and effect. What happened here?" "It's like this. I was on my way when I suddenly met a group of galactic pirates." Gavin recounted the entire process without concealing anything. After listening to the whole process, Fu Ding stroked his beautiful chin and guessed, "This isn't a simple matter. These people are definitely not simple galactic pirates. I think they're here specifically for you. Maybe it's a revenge?" "That doesn't make sense. I've always been kind to others and have never stepped into the conflicts of any faction. Even if I want to kill someone, I'll do it by the roots. I've never provoked an organization that can release 7 or 8 calamity-grade assassins at once." Gavin was at a loss. Hearing this, Fu Ding pondered and said, "It's not a revenge. Then, it's very likely to be related to the recent storm." "What do you mean?" Kevin was curious. I'm not sure yet, but we've captured them alive. We'll know after some interrogation." Fu Ding shook his head. He suddenly paused and changed the topic. "You just said that you're going to the Flickering World to join the Black Star Corps?" "Yes, great." Fu Ding's eyes sparkled. "You don't have to go all the way to the Flickering World. It's so dangerous. The Vice Army Commander is right in front of you. Why do you have to go so far? Aurora is completely qualified to recruit new people. Why don't you just stay and become her Black Star Guard?" This. Kevin was stunned for a moment and hesitated. His goal was actually to become Black Star's Black Star Guard. However, Aurora had just saved his life. Although she was a new Beyond Grade A, her Esper ability was special, and her healing ability was strong enough to ensure the safety of his followers in any situation. Furthermore, he might encounter danger in the Flickering World, so staying by Aurora's side for the time being was not bad. Kevin was a little tempted. Yes. Come under my command. As long as you come, I'll give you the position of captain of the Black Star Guard." Aurora's eyes sparkled. She was now the Vice Army Commander and had the qualifications to mobilize the Army's manpower to form a team of trusted subordinates and Black Star Guards. However, she had been busy traveling ever since she was promoted and had not recruited a single person. The talents in the Army had already been divided up by Black Star and Hela. Even if she mobilized them internally, she would not be able to find many experts. She had always been envious of Hela's personal guards and did not want to be inferior. Now that she had encountered a Beyond Grade A seed who was in trouble, Aurora was immediately tempted. Gavin hesitated for a while, but he was finally tempted and agreed. "All right, I'm willing to become your captain of the Black Star Guards." He had done some research on the organization structure of the Black Star Corps. From his perspective, there were only 3 factions in the army, each led by a different Beyond Grade A. Black Star was undoubtedly in charge of the faction, but there were too many talents in it, and there was no chance for him to show off. Hela's faction was mostly female and had already formed. It did not seem to have any intention of expanding. Furthermore, it was said that Hela was not easy to get along with and was not a suitable leader. Aurora's new faction had just been established, and it was currently lacking people. If he became an early follower of a new Beyond Grade A, his position in the army would definitely be extraordinary. Although Kevin's original intention was the Sanctum Revival, since he had decided to join an organization, he was not satisfied with being a marginal person with no sense of presence. If he wanted to do something, he would do his best. "Great, I'll help you register for the army right away. Philip, come out." Aurora was overjoyed and immediately summoned Philip. She couldn't wait to register Gavin as the captain of her Black Star Guards. She was in a hurry, as if she was afraid that someone would cut her off. "Why is she even more excited than me?" Kevin complained in his heart, but he had no choice but to cooperate. However, he was not disappointed by Aurora's lack of arrogance and eagerness. Instead, he was a little flattered and felt the feeling of being valued by a big shot. Warmth surged in his heart and he was inexplicably touched. Seeing this, Fu Ding did not disturb them. He simply walked to the side, entered the mental domain, and began interrogating the captives. After a while, Aurora brought Kevin to complete the procedures, and the hero spirits also finished cleaning up the battlefield. This time, the 2 of them saw Fu Ding walking back with a solemn expression. "You're done interrogating? How's the situation?" Aurora was curious. "The situation is beyond our expectations. Things are much more serious than we thought." Fu Ding shook his head and said with a firm tone, "Immediately report this to the commander. This is not a problem we're qualified to deal with." Chapter 1281. "Oh, you're saying that someone is hunting Beyond Grade A seeds?" In the exclusive machinery factory of Black Star Palace, Han Xiao turned to look at the virtual communication screen and looked at Fu Ding in surprise. He had been busy digesting the technology recently. Just a moment ago, Fu Ding suddenly called and said that he had captured a hunting team that specialized in attacking Beyond Grade A seeds. "Tell me in detail. I want to know all the details." Han Xiao put down the parts in his hands and said with a serious expression. "It's like this." Fu Ding nodded and explained the process in detail. After capturing these attackers, through interrogation and reading their memories, he managed to dig out shocking information. These calamity grades who attacked Kevin were all acting under orders. They had secretly taken control of this galactic pirate gang and had been loitering nearby, waiting to intercept and kill Kevin. "Do you know which organization they belong to?" Han Xiao was curious. Fu Ding shook his head. "I've checked. These calamity grades did not leave any information about their identities in the universe. At the same time, they do not have any relevant memories and do not know which organization they are working for. They only accept direct orders from one account, and the account that gives out missions to each of them is different. I carefully checked their memories and found that they have been receiving some kind of thought-shaping training since they were young. They seem to be specially trained warriors of death, and their self-awareness is extremely weak. Secret warriors of death without any records. An organization that can train 8 calamity grades as warriors of death from a young age is not some small organization. Furthermore, the so-called thought-shaping training should be some kind of brainwashing method that can maintain long-term effects on calamity grades. It has to be at least a star cluster level technology." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, pondered for a while, and said, "Are there any other clues? I've found some safe houses and secret codes, as well as the past deeds of these people. Wait for me to compile a report and give it to you. I'll send you the top secret accounts of these people later. It might be useful to you." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Since you're taking this matter so seriously, it seems that you've also realized the problem." Fu Ding sighed. If I couldn't guess the severity of the matter, I wouldn't have informed you immediately. There aren't many organizations that can nurture multiple calamity-grade death guards, and this team might not be the only hunter team. Coupled with the recent Sanctum revival storm, the situation is obviously not simple. That's right. There are very few organizations with the motive and ability to do such a thing. The three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance are all suspects. Han Xiao nodded. Although Han Xiao did not ask about their origins, through various factors, the first thing that came to his mind was the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance. Both of them had motives. The former might be trying to reduce the number of new beyond grade as in the future, secretly reducing the source of new beyond grade as. The latter had many motives. It was possible to create opposition and force the three universal civilizations to shed all pretense of cordiality with the association. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility of others taking advantage of the situation, so Han Xiao did not immediately come to a conclusion. However, he was still inclined to believe that this was a secret operation of the three universal civilizations or the supercluster. From this, it was likely that there was more than one hunter team. Currently, there were many beyond grade A seeds in the various starfields rushing to the flickering world, and the mastermind behind the scenes had likely arranged an interception team. These beyond grade A seeds were all in danger, and not everyone was lucky enough to meet the number one healer of the universe. Fu Ding frowned and asked in confusion, "Let's not talk about the supercluster, but the three universal civilizations, could it really be them? I find it unbelievable. Aren't they afraid of pushing all the neutral high-level supers to the opposite side by carrying out such a crazy plan? This is too radical, not like the methods they would use." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "This is a crazy method. There are only so many beyond grade A seeds in the entire universe, so the cost of doing this is not high. Even if all these people go missing, the impact can be easily suppressed. Furthermore, the three universal civilizations should be very clear that they have lost the monopoly advantage of the ultimate knowledge. We can give them what they can, but we have the attraction of the Sanctum revival, which makes it difficult for them to recruit new talents. Therefore, they don't even need to push. Many beyond grade A seeds will join the association anyway. If they do nothing, the situation will only get worse. Instead of watching the association's talent pool continue to grow, they might as well secretly send men of sacrifice to capture and kill people. If they can't get them, they can just destroy them. This is probably what they are thinking. As for the radical methods, the tragedy of the pinnacles is also radical. The three universal civilizations have never been kind people, so don't misunderstand them. Which of the victors of the exploration era is not ruthless? Once provoked, they can do anything. Fu Ding pursed his lips. Aren't they afraid of being exposed? Han Xiao stroked his chin. I think they are, but it will depend on how the three universal civilizations operate. It's hard to say now. In his previous life, there was no association or Sanctum revival, so the conflicts were different. Therefore, the beyond grade A seeds were not intercepted. This was the first time Han Xiao had encountered such a situation. The three universal civilizations' actions were also unknown to him. With the beyond grade A seeds being unlucky, Han Xiao could do nothing about it. He could only treat it as the fish in the moat. The scope of this storm is getting bigger and bigger. Fu Ding looked worried. What do you plan to do? The association's purpose is to mediate the conflicts between the beyond grade as. The calamity grade is not within our scope of responsibility. Therefore, in name, the association can't cross the line and provide help publicly, unless we really want to fight head-on. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. However, if we don't stop it, the beyond grade A seeds will suffer heavy casualties, which is indeed not conducive to the birth of new people. How about this? Don't they want to join different beyond grade A organizations? Then, the corresponding organizations will secretly send people to escort them. This will make sense in name. All right. Fu Ding paused for a moment before asking, however, this will result in a battle with the hunting teams. Should we spread the news and alert the beyond grade A seeds, as well as give the mastermind a warning? Han Xiao thought about it and shook his head. It's enough to hint to the beyond grade A seeds privately. Don't spread this news on a large scale. Now that it's exposed, the Supercluster Alliance will be the happiest. I don't want to fall out with the 3 universal civilizations yet, nor do I want to be used by the Supercluster. Let's prioritize protection first and avoid conflict for the time being. Although he had the Sanctum Revival in name, the Holy Covenant organization had yet to collect the second set of keys, so Han Xiao's confidence was still a little weak for the time being. Causing trouble was not within his consideration, so he had to be more stable. Understood. What else do I have to do? Fu Ding asked. You guys, look for the nearby beyond grade A seeds. They'll be safer with Aurora. Just bring them back when the time comes. As he said that, Han Xiao smiled with relief. You've made a great contribution this time. If not for your news, we might have only noticed that something was wrong when the beyond grade A seeds disappeared on a large scale. Lending you to Aurora back then was the right decision. He felt that Faden was a perfect intelligence agent. Most people were looking for trouble, but Faden was looking for trouble. He could find key information while lying down, and it was fully automatic. There was no need to worry at all. Fu Ding, you're so useful. Fu Ding had a helpless look on his face. He had already accepted his position as a tool. By the way, what about these captives after I'm done interrogating them? They might be witnesses if we keep them. What else can we do? The underworld will serve them. Han Xiao waved his hands nonchalantly. You have triggered the mission. Stop the hunt. Mission introduction. For some reason, some unknown forces are trying to hunt down the talents who want to join you. As a reputable organization, protecting the safety of the candidates is a basic requirement. Mission objective: stop the hunt on the beyond grade A seeds as much as possible. Remarks: reward depends on the mission rating. The mission rating depends on the number of people you successfully rescue. Basic reward: 800 million EXP, plus 20 favorability of the rescued target, x2 random rewards, and x1 blank character summon card. The EXP is a little low, but the blank character summon card is not bad. Han Xiao glanced at the interface before putting it away. A mission of this level could not affect his mood at all. Currently, he was more concerned about the matter itself. The 3 universal civilizations' reaction is not small. Peaceful coexistence is really an extravagant hope. They can always cause trouble. It's been almost 50 years since the version update, and the players should be coming back soon. When that time comes, there'll probably be another wave of explosions. Han Xiao rubbed his brows. Suddenly, he thought of something. By the way, someone is hunting the beyond grade A seeds. This is also a chance for me to poach people. I wonder how Carrot is doing now. He's at most an ordinary calamity grade, so he shouldn't be taken seriously. I might as well just knock him out and poach him over. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. In the past, he did not poach Carrot because he did not want to interfere with the other party's growth. Now that someone was targeting a neutral beyond grade A seed, he could not be blamed for doing the same. Originally, Carrot would have become the national pillar of the dynasty's direct descendants, but now that you've done the same, I'm going to kill this guy. Unlike the mastermind's wide net, Han Xiao knew exactly who some of the direct beyond grade as of the advanced civilizations were. In the past, he could not poach them due to various reasons, but now, there was no need to talk about it. Furthermore, Han Xiao was also worried that the huge changes in the storyline would cause someone like Carrot, who would shine in the future, to die young. If that happened, the losses would outweigh the gains. He might as well end the breeding and gather all of them to ensure that they would not die prematurely. If they know the truth, they'll have to thank me. For the peace of the universe, I've really broken my heart. Maybe this is what it means to have boundless love. Even I admire myself. How can there be such a great man in this world? Han Xiao almost touched himself. He felt that his skin had become thicker. Chapter 1282. Somewhere in the endless nebula starfield, a small fleet was hovering in a transportation hub area. Streams of hyperdrive light were constantly flashing beside it, But this fleet remained motionless, as if waiting for someone. In the command room of the main ship, Morgan paced back and forth in front of the porthole with a serious and anxious expression. The crew in the room watched him walk around silently. After a while, Morgan paused and said with a serious tone, "Urge them again and ask when the Black Star Corps will arrive." "Boss, you just asked once 2 minutes ago, and they already said that they're almost here. It's not appropriate to ask again." The adjutant beside him could not help but complain. "Busybody, just ask if I want you to. Otherwise, I'll deduct your salary this month." Morgan glared at him and said quickly, "Who knows when the enemy will appear?" "Do you know?" "You don't. Then why the hell are you talking about it? You don't have to be responsible for my life, so of course you don't have to worry. I can't beat 7 or 8 calamity grades. If I lose my life, I'll make you my scapegoat before I die." The adjutant was speechless, but he did not take it seriously at all. He had followed Morgan for a long time and knew this guy's character too well. He was greedy for life, overcautious, indecisive, calculative, stingy. Sometimes, the adjutant really doubted how such a person could become a Beyond Grade A seed. Morgan Panther, a senior Beyond Grade A seed, operated a small organization in the endless nebula starfield. He only used it to ensure the convenience of his daily life and did not expand, so his sense of existence was thin. After the Sanctum revival was exposed, he packed up his belongings without hesitation and was about to go to the Beyond Grade A Association. His first choice was also the Black Star Corps. Other than being close to him, he had a good personal relationship with Hardaway. The two of them were online gambling friends and were birds of a feather. However, before he left the starfield with his team, he received a private notification from the Black Star Corps, saying that there seemed to be some mysterious organizations sending their men of sacrifice to hunt Beyond Grade A seeds. There might be 7 or 8 calamity grades in a team. Therefore, the army specially sent out an escort team and instructed him to be careful before they met up. This frightened Morgan, and he quickly stopped his journey, preparing to leave after the army's protection. Not only that, but he also made the fleet stop at a bustling traffic intersection, waiting in public for fear of being attacked by assassins. Of all the Beyond Grade A seeds who received the notice, he was the one who was the most cowardly. At this moment, the spaceship's communicator suddenly rang, and a babyface appeared on the screen. Hey, I'm Nero from the Black Star Corps. We've arrived and we've seen you guys. Come and join us." Hearing this, Morgan was overjoyed. He quickly looked out of the porthole and saw a fleet with the insignia of the Black Star Corps stopping not far away. Reinforcements have finally arrived. All ships, listen up. Full speed ahead and meet up immediately. Morgan excitedly slapped the table. We're already within sight range. We'll be there in less than 10 seconds. Full speed my ass. The adjutant complained. The two fleets quickly met up, and Nero led his men onto Morgan's spaceship. When Nero entered the cabin, he saw Morgan waiting for him at the entrance. Without any hesitation, Morgan rushed over and grabbed his hands with a touched expression on his face. My loved ones, you're finally here. Do you know how I've been through the past few days? I've been living in fear every day, but now, I can finally be at ease. There's no need to be so agitated. It's my duty. Nero's mouth trembled, and he forcefully pulled his hands back. If not for the fact that he did not want to receive Morgan's fatal calls, he would have arrived 2 days later. Morgan did not mind and excitedly looked behind Nero. I wonder how many experts the army has sent to meet me. Experts? If you insist, just me. Nero scratched his face and was a little embarrassed. Morgan's eyes widened, and he awkwardly said, only one. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but didn't the notice say that the assassins will move together with 7 or 8 calamity grade supers? It's just the two of us, so it might be a little risky, there's no choice. Recently, there have been too many Beyond Grade A seeds joining the Black Star Corps, and the army's high-level combatants are not enough. We can only send out Grade B supers to meet up with some targets. Originally, this kind of job would be best left to the immortals, but they've reached the vanishing period, and it has already been 50 years, so the army can't send out any more experts, Nero explained. Then the safety issue. Don't worry, all the reinforcements have brought along Black Star's mechanical battle squad and the life force potion specially made by Her Excellency Aurora. It's enough to ensure your safety. Only then did Morgan relax and say, then, can we set off now? Are we going directly to the flickering world? Nero scratched his head and said, there's no need for that. We only need to go to the main army branches in the various starfields. Godfather's Lord's avatar and the King Mechanical Suit's throne are usually stored there. We can borrow them and directly send them back to the main camp. Originally, Han Xiao did not plan to do this, but after discovering the hunters, he temporarily opened up the privilege and allowed the Beyond Grade A seeds to use the king to teleport, avoiding the risk of traveling long distances. As for the talents joining the other Beyond Grade A organizations, Han Xiao did not have any prejudice against them for the time being. He would also provide this help and only charge a small fee. This was also one of the reasons for the existence of the association, to allow the Beyond Grade A organizations to integrate their resources. As the president, he had to set an example at such a sensitive time. The two of them chatted as they arrived at the command room. The fleet finally set off and began to move. This time, Morgan suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, you said that there have been many Beyond Grade A seeds joining the army recently. Did they all encounter the assassins? Did anyone get hit? Hearing this, Nero's expression became serious, and he nodded slightly. It was a very wise decision for you to stay and wait for me. Although some of the Beyond Grade A seeds received the notice, they still went their own way, thinking that they could continue moving as long as they were careful. In the end, before they could meet up with the reinforcements, they were ambushed and killed. Due to the distance, some of them had already met up with the reinforcements. We were considered to be late. Before us, some of our colleagues had indeed fought with the assassins, and they were basically fine. However, some of the people from the other organizations were wiped out by the assassins, which was a pity. Morgan trembled. Who would be so bold as to attack so many Beyond Grade A seeds at the same time? That's too scary. Nero pondered for a moment before saying, the army commander did not mention the identity of the mastermind, but it's not hard to guess. For the enemy to be able to grasp the whereabouts of so many Beyond Grade A seeds, their intelligence network is definitely not small. To be able to send out so many death warriors, an ordinary organization would not have such ability. Furthermore, the targets they chose were the Beyond Grade A seeds who recently headed to the flickering world. Their target is obvious, and an advanced civilization is very suspicious. Although this is a secret operation, the outside world will discover that these Beyond Grade A seeds have gone missing sooner or later. This will probably scare off some people who want to join the association, and their goal will be achieved. Sigh, this is tough. Morgan sighed softly with a bitter expression. Nero patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to you. Morgan nodded before suddenly asking, by the way, with so many Beyond Grade A seeds joining the army, how will their positions be arranged? This, I'm not too sure. Only a small portion of them will be Black Star guards, while the rest will take up positions in the various departments of the army to fill in the gaps of the high-level combatants. It's mainly up to you guys, and the army will not force you, Nero guessed. Morgan's eyes sparkled. Then, can I choose which Beyond Grade A to follow? Yes, anyone can submit an application, but it depends on whether they choose you or not. Nero nodded. Who do you want to choose? His Excellency Black Star? The competition over at Godfather's side is more intense, and there's a chance of him not being chosen. Morgan hurriedly denied and said with embarrassment, No, I don't want to follow Black Star. I want to follow Her Excellency Aurora. Nero sized him up and suddenly came to a realization. Ah, I understand now. This B***Stard is definitely extremely afraid of death, so he wants to follow Aurora and enjoy her everywhere. It will be difficult for him to die in the future. Coward, as expected of you. Reporting, we have lost contact with another 6 death warriors. They might have been captured by the enemy, and all communications have been cut off. Reporting, the attack on target 045 has failed. 3 death warriors were sacrificed, and the rest escaped with difficulty. In a certain secret intelligence processing center, a large number of intelligence personnel sat in front of various devices and reported the situation non-stop. The room was extremely lively. The wall of the room was a huge screen that was pieced together by many small surveillance screens. There was a single chair at the bottom of the screen. At this time, a tall and thin figure was sitting on the chair with his back facing everyone. He looked up at the surveillance screens. This was a secret department that the Supercluster Alliance had jointly created many years ago. It did not have a specific name and was extremely mysterious. Furthermore, its authority was extremely high, and it was directly responsible for the leaders of the various civilizations. This secret department was responsible for formulating and leading extremely secretive operations. At the same time, it trained secret death warriors. The various supercluster civilizations would secretly select talented children and send them to various secret training bases. They would undergo cruel training from a young age and specialize in carrying out shady missions in the future. The training method of this department was to squeeze out potential, and together with the top technology and magic industry technology, it would constantly spoil the growth of seedlings, causing the elimination rate and mortality rate to be extremely high. However, it could indeed effectively increase the birth rate of calamity-grade supers and shorten the time needed to develop them to a certain extent. These death warriors would not know who they were working for from the training period to the future missions. For certain purposes, this department even specially trained a group of special death warriors who thought that they were working for the 3 universal civilizations. They used many methods to ensure that outsiders would not be able to track down the supercluster civilizations through the death warriors. All the personnel in the department were special members who were not recorded in the internal files. They were all called by code names. The tall and thin figure in the room was the person in charge of this secret department. No one knew his name or resume. They only called him by his code name. Bone Man. Hearing his subordinates report, the skeleton leaned forward and put his hand on his nose. It seems like those beyond grade as have noticed our hunting operation and assigned guards to all the targets. The chain of suspicion has been formed, and our goal has been achieved. Continuing will only be a waste of manpower. Stop the operation and tell everyone to retreat. Understood. Everyone immediately obeyed the order and didn't ask any questions. The Bone Man bit his nails and narrowed his eyes. The wrinkled corners of his eyes were squeezed together. The reaction of the Beyond Grade A Association is indeed as expected. In the joint conference room of the 3 universal civilizations, the projections of Ma Bruce, Louis, and the ethereal Pope were gathered together for a meeting. TSK, the situation has changed. The elimination plan can't continue. Ma Bruce frowned, and the expressions of the other 2 did not look too good either. Although they had started to study the Sanctum Revival, the 3 universal civilizations also had plans to hunt beyond Grade A seeds. This was because even if they mastered the Sanctum Revival in the future, since this large number of existing beyond Grade A seeds had already been invested in the association, they would not turn to them in the future. Both sides were destined to enter a long-term phase of snatching talents. Therefore, they would return to the problem of there being too many non-direct beyond grade as. It was better to curb the total number of beyond grade as in advance. However, before they took action, the 3 universal civilizations discovered that these targets were all protected. At first, the 3 of them were a little confused. They thought that Black Star had predicted their actions, and the boat of trust between the 2 sides had indeed capsized. However, after careful investigation, they realized that an unknown organization had taken action first and alerted the enemy. This directly disrupted the plans of the 3 universal civilizations, which disgusted them greatly. Originally, the plan of the 3 universal civilizations was to mobilize manpower, monitor the routes of all the neutral beyond grade A seeds heading to the flickering world through their powerful intelligence network, and secretly ambush them. When everyone was in place, they would eliminate these beyond grade A seeds at the same time, not giving the outside world any time to react. This kind of hunting plan to alert the enemy was not a method they would adopt at all. If they were going to do it, they would of course kill them all in one fell swoop, and there would be no evidence. Although they had not found out who the organization was for the time being, Even if the three universal civilizations used their butts to think, they knew that it was most likely the Supercluster Alliance. The Supercluster deliberately alerted the enemy, giving the association time to react. "This is to make the first move and predict our actions," Louis said angrily. "Unexpected, but reasonable." The ethereal Pope was expressionless. In the eyes of the three of them, the Supercluster Alliance's intention was obvious. By alerting the enemy, they would create suspicion between the association and the three universal civilizations, intensifying the conflict. The Beyond Grade A Association only protected them in the dark and did not publicly accuse them. If the three universal civilizations took the initiative to clarify, it would instead make them look like they were trying to hide something. Furthermore, even if they framed the Supercluster Alliance, in the eyes of the association, it would most likely be the usual way to shift the blame. There were simply too many precedents. With the current relationship between the three universal civilizations and the association, this was like yellow mud falling into one's pants. No matter what, it was still *T. No matter what, it would be very difficult to gain their trust, unless there was solid evidence. Furthermore, in the plan, if they were exposed, they already had the intention of shifting the blame to the Supercluster. Now that the Supercluster had made the first move, they probably predicted this point as well. Since they were going to be slandered anyway, they might as well seize the initiative and interfere with the possible plans of the three universal civilizations, helping the association gain more talents. The Supercluster had been tricked many times, so they were already experienced. Since there was no more room for their reputation to fall, they might as well go all out. "I'll pull you down the cliff with me. If we die together. Let's see how you're going to scheme against me." Furthermore, in the current situation, the Supercluster Alliance was really not afraid of the three universal civilizations framing them. They were like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water at all. Since they no longer had a chance in the flickering world, they might as well hide at home and not go out. If they have the guts, start an all-out war and hit them. Can they really kill them? The three of them were indeed a little annoyed by the Supercluster Alliance. If they had gotten rid of these Beyond Grade A seeds who had joined the association and established their dominance, it would have been fine even if they were suspected. After all, there would be no evidence. However, they had only killed a few people and had already taken the blame. This was a bit of a loss. Cancel the plan to eliminate the Beyond Grade A seeds. They're all protected. There's no chance now. The three of them were not in a good mood. Chapter 1283. With the withdrawal of the Supercluster Alliance and the abandonment of the three universal civilizations, the many Beyond Grade A seeds who were heavily protected did not encounter any more hunting squads during the rest of the journey. They successfully arrived at the Black Star Corps division and used the King to teleport to the Flickering World Army's headquarters several starfields away. The large-scale movement of the Beyond Grade A seeds attracted the attention of the outside world. With the help of some people, the entire society knew that a large number of Beyond Grade A seeds had recently joined the association. There were even news articles that drew out the routes of these Beyond Grade A seeds. The lines converged from the various starfields to the flickering world, giving off a strange sense of migration. The number of Beyond Grade A seeds in a starfield was usually around 100, with the number of Beyond Grade A seeds in the remote starfields being slightly less. The central galaxy and the supercluster civilizations were densely distributed, and most of them were veterans. In the long run, the total number of Beyond Grade A seeds in the explored universe was currently around 3,000, which was more than 20 times the number of Beyond Grade as of the same era. Excluding the allies and direct descendants of the various civilizations, as well as those who already belonged to different factions, the number of neutral Beyond Grade A seeds was about 2/5 of the total, and they were active in different regions. Now, the number of people joining the Black Star Corps exceeded 500, which was almost half of the total number of neutral Beyond Grade A seeds. Among them, the number of people joining the Black Star Corps was the highest. This was equivalent to the association directly harvesting more than half of the top talent pool that had been accumulated in the explored universe for many years. Who knew how long it would take for the next batch to grow out? Be it Beyond Grade A or Beyond Grade A seeds, They were all people at the top of the pyramid of the supers. They naturally had the attributes of a leader. Now that the two were joining together on a large scale, the nature of the matter had changed. It was not as simple as the individual behavior of the beyond grade A seeds. Many supers saw it as a signal. Since so many beyond grade A seeds had chosen to join the association at this time, it meant that this was a wise choice. The association's climate had been formed. The large-scale defection of the beyond grade A seeds led to a craze of defecting to the association in the next few months. A large number of supers fought to follow the trend. As the strongest at the top of the pyramid, their every word and action would affect the people below. This was the role of a role model. This matter itself was also seen as a movement with a special meaning. The outside world gave it a name, calling it scattered stars return to the stream, comparing the beyond grade A seeds to the new stars scattered everywhere. They finally found a home and joined the association members on a large scale, completing the critical confluence of pioneers and inheritors. Regarding scattered star convergence, the Galactic Society was analyzing the impact of the incident from various aspects. Gradually, there was a theory that the function of the Beyond Grade A Association would gradually change from now on, and its influence would gradually spread to all supers. One day, the association would no longer be just a group of Beyond Grade as but a new force that led all supers, becoming another pole independent of the three universal civilizations, becoming another ruler of the universe. This theory was approved by a large number of supers. The supers cheered, felt excited, and vaguely looked forward to it. In the eyes of most people, the Beyond Grade A Association was the only one qualified to truly lead them. Currently, although there were so-called regional super associations in the universe, the owners behind them were the three universal civilizations. They were just tools used to manage the supers. The nature of the organization was inherently problematic. In the eyes of many, if the Beyond Grade A Association evolved into a guild for all supers one day, that would be an organization that truly served the supers. Its goal would obviously not be the same as the three universal civilizations. This mentality of the supers came from the fact that they had not had a unified voice to speak for them for too long, and they desperately wanted a home. To put it simply, it was the sense of belonging of finally finding an organization. In fact, this theory was not born naturally. Someone was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, pushing the Beyond Grade A Association to the forefront of public opinion. While the outside world was abuzz with rumors, Han Xiao received this batch of Beyond Grade A seeds in the Black Star Palace. Black Star Palace, Assembly Hall. The huge palace was empty, with only about 300 Beyond Grade A seeds gathered in the center. They were either standing or flying, chatting in groups of 2 or 3, glancing at the surrounding doors from time to time, waiting for Han Xiao. Everyone should be here. Is Black Star not here yet? We've been waiting for almost half an hour. TSK, you want to see a peak Beyond Grade A, but you don't have any patience at all. Do you think he's someone you can meet whenever you want? Be patient. Maybe His Excellency Black Star is secretly observing us and testing our patience. Everyone chatted casually, turning their heads and making eye contact from time to time. Many people had a faint fighting spirit in their eyes. Many of them knew each other and had sparred with each other before. They saw each other as whetstones. Everyone knew that the number of spots to follow Black Star and the other Beyond Grade as was limited. Now that so many people had joined the army, there was a high chance that they would compete for a spot, so they all saw the others as competitors. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and Han Xiao walked in, followed by the other officers. Seeing this, the hundreds of Beyond Grade A seeds who were bickering subconsciously stopped talking and stood up straight, performing the etiquette of their respective cultures, expressing the most basic respect to the top powerhouses of the universe. Greetings, Your Excellency Black Star. Welcome to the army. We're all on the same side from now on, so there's no need to be so polite. Han Xiao waved his hand and put on a kind smile. Looking at the hundreds of Beyond Grade A seeds from different star fields in front of him, he could not help but feel a little excited. With so many experts, it would be a huge supplement to the army's high-end strength. With such an exaggerated number, It seemed like he had underestimated the impact of the Sanctum revival on the low-level supers. If not for this, not to mention hundreds of them, even recruiting one of them would be difficult. Ordinary resources would not be able to move them at all. At this moment, Han Xiao had an inexplicable feeling of all the heroes in the world are in my hands. Of course, it was more of the joy of harvesting a wave of old leeks. Han Xiao glanced at everyone, and seeing that everyone was staring at him with fiery eyes, he smiled and said, "I know why you're all here. The threshold for the Sanctum revival is beyond grade A. I'll try my best to help everyone advance. As for whether you succeed in the end, it will depend on your own skills." Everyone nodded, their eyes shining. Han Xiao said another sentence, then according to the army's usual practice, arranged for everyone to come forward one by one to be checked by him and browsed through their attributes. There were no mediocre beyond grade A seeds, and these people were all experts. However, in Han Xiao's opinion, most of them had almost exhausted their potential, and only a few had a chance of advancing. He had a set of standards for judging potential, mainly based on the differences in talents, skills, and levels. He silently selected these potential stocks and remembered them in his heart. After completing this step, Han Xiao had a general idea of what to do. He took 2 steps back and said loudly, "I have a basic understanding of everyone's standards. I will arrange positions according to your individual abilities. Of course, you can submit an application to me, and I will consider your wishes. Let me make it clear in advance that there are limited slots for some positions. If there are too many applicants, you may have to compete for the positions. For example, the personal guards of the 2 vice army commanders and myself can be challenged again after a period of time, and the winner will be replaced. Everyone, be mentally prepared. When ordinary people encountered such a situation, they would be treated according to the distribution. However, for these experts, Han Xiao deliberately used a competitive selection method to prevent people from being dissatisfied. At the same time, he also gave those who failed the selection a chance to fight for the position again in the future, stimulating everyone's motivation to train. Although this method might not be useful for most of them, it was definitely effective for the pugilists among them. Everyone looked at each other subconsciously, and the fighting spirit in their eyes grew stronger. At this moment, one of them suddenly spoke, "Thank you for your protection, Army Commander. If it wasn't for your help, we might have died on the way. I would like to ask, do you know the background of these hunting teams?" As soon as he said that, the room suddenly fell silent. Everyone had different expressions. They did not mention this earlier, but who would not care who wanted their lives? At this time, they all looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao stopped smiling, paused, and said meaningfully, "You all already have the answer in your hearts, don't you?" Hearing this, everyone's expressions became more complicated, and there was a slight commotion in the crowd. It's time to abandon the fantasy. Looks like it was really done by the advanced civilizations. They want our lives. Has the relationship between the association and the advanced civilizations already reached this stage? How long has it been? Who knows what will happen in the future? Sigh, the target of the tragedy of the pinnacles has changed from beyond grade as to us. The Sanctum revival is also a double-edged sword. If I had known about this earlier, I might have really been scared away. Everyone sighed softly. Facing the hostile attitude of the 3 universal civilizations, they were all a little afraid. Before joining them, they did not expect the advanced civilization's reaction to be so intense, but now, there was no turning back. All right, don't think so much. The path has already been chosen. Just walk forward. Han Xiao clapped his hands and comforted everyone. Only then did he let his officers take everyone to rest and wait for arrangements. Watching everyone leave, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he turned around to leave the hall. After walking for a while, he arrived at a secret room. Pushing the door open, he saw a row of hibernation chambers in the room. Most of them were empty, and only one was filled with people. Han Xiao walked forward and pressed the button to stop the hibernation program. With a swoosh, the hatch slid open, revealing the figure inside. It was Carlet, who was in hibernation. His expression was peaceful, just like a sleeping man. Carrot's brows twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Han Xiao standing in front of him and looking down at him. He could not help but be stunned. "Your Excellency." "Black Star?" Carrot was stunned. When he was young, he was not sensible and did not know Black Star's identity. Only when he grew up did he understand what kind of opportunity Black Star's care for him was, and he became a fan of Black Star. However, he knew that the difference in status between the two of them was huge, and it would be very difficult for them to meet in the future. He felt that Black Star might have forgotten about him long ago, so he only paid attention to Han Xiao's deeds in the universe. However, he did not expect his idol to suddenly appear in front of him. The next moment, Carrot suddenly remembered what happened before he fainted, and his expression changed slightly. "You knocked me out and brought me here. Where am I? This is my base." Han Xiao smiled. His relationship with the dynasty was stiff now, so it took him some effort to track down Carrot's location. However, Carrot had never fulfilled his talent, so he was not taken seriously. The operation to capture him went very smoothly. "You." Carrot wanted to say something but hesitated. "Why did you bring me here? Do you still remember me?" If it were anyone else, he would have struggled long ago. However, Han Xiao had a special place in his heart, so it was difficult for him to have any hostility toward Han Xiao. "Of course I remember you, and I have a deep impression of you." Han Xiao sized Carrot up with a look of appreciation. "It's been 70 or 80 years since we parted back then. You've already grown up. Not bad, not bad." Hearing this, Carrot could not help but feel touched. He did not expect Han Xiao to remember him so well even after so many years. Thinking about how Han Xiao once thought highly of him, Carrot suddenly felt ashamed and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. My potential might not be as good as you said." He had successfully entered the Calamity grade in 40 years, but his progress had slowed down after that. It was as though his potential had been exhausted, and he had stopped at an ordinary Calamity grade. His strength was at the bottom among those of the same level. Carrot could not care less about what others thought, but in front of Black Star, he could not help but feel depressed, feeling that he had let Black Star down. "Are you saying that I made a mistake?" Han Xiao smiled faintly. Carrot did not say anything, silently agreeing. Han Xiao smiled and patted Carrot's chest. "Don't underestimate yourself. The dynasty didn't value you because they didn't have foresight. I've always believed in your potential." Hearing this, Carrot was both touched and ashamed. "Weren't you curious about why I brought you here? This is the reason." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said righteously, "Actually, I've always been paying attention to you. The dynasty never saw how extraordinary you were and did not give you the resources. In the long run, it has affected your growth. I can't bear to see a talent being buried. You can't just muddle along in the dynasty. I brought you here to give you some guidance and help you stimulate your potential. So, you've always been paying attention to me." Carrot's expression was very interesting, and his heart was filled with warmth. He deeply doubted what he had done to be favored by Black Star. Han Xiao smiled and tapped Carrot's forehead. "You don't underestimate the huge potential in your body. You might think that the Calamity grade is your limit, but let me tell you, the Calamity grade is far from your limit. You think I can become a beyond grade A super?" Carrot's eyes widened. "Not only that. I even think that you can become a pinnacle beyond grade A super and become the strongest person in the universe." Han Xiao's tone was impassioned and full of provocation. "Do you really think of me like that?" Carrot mumbled. Seeing that he was almost done, Han Xiao became serious and said with a deep voice, "Then tell me, are you willing to stay here and accept my help?" Carrot hesitated for a moment. He had also seen the news and knew about the recent storm. He asked softly, "You want me to stay here? Do you mean you want me to leave the dynasty and join the army? The situation has changed, and the dynasty is at odds with us. Only by staying by my side can I give you the most detailed guidance. However, if you do that, you won't be able to stay in the dynasty anymore." Han Xiao did not deny it. Carrot fell silent and seemed to be conflicted. After a while, he slowly nodded, and his tone gradually became firm. "I understand. I'm willing to follow you and accept your guidance. Although Carrot had worked for the dynasty for decades, in his eyes, this was just a job. It did not mean that his life would be bound to the dynasty forever. A few years ago, his family had died of old age, and since then, he had been floating in this cold universe all by himself, without any worries. Thus, Carrot could follow his idol without any worries. The dynasty had never taken him seriously. Although they had recruited him into the secret training base, that was because Blackstar had thought highly of him. Otherwise, the dynasty would not have treated him differently and kicked him out of the training camp in the end. All these opportunities were indirectly brought to him by Blackstar, and Carrot had always been clear about this. Furthermore, Carrot did not think that Blackstar needed anything from him. As the saying went, a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. He really wanted to repay Blackstar's favor. Even if it was just to prove that Blackstar did not misjudge him, he wanted to become a beyond grade A super. Hearing this, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. It was all thanks to the good karma he had formed decades ago. If not for the fact that he had become Carrot's talent scout during his childhood, the difficulty of recruiting him would have increased by at least dozens of times. This is the importance of knowing how to gain territory, Han Xiao secretly smiled. The golden leek that he had coveted for a long time was finally in his hands. He was overjoyed. Chapter 1284. After successfully persuading Carrot, Han Xiao asked someone to bring him down to rest while he hummed a tune and left the room in satisfaction. He had seen Carrot's attribute window when he stabbed him just now. He had already obtained the core talent called Everlasting Martial Path. It was a growth-type ability, and its description was rather complicated. However, it was extremely domineering. Simply put, Everlasting Martial Path could transform at every new grade. The requirement was that one had to have a new understanding of martial arts, polish one's foundation, and accumulate experience. Before the talent transformed, the efficiency of leveling up would be reduced by 90%, and one's combat strength would be weakened to a certain extent. However, after the transformation, the efficiency of leveling up would be increased in a curve, and the peak in the middle would reach 1000%. It would also give a high overall combat strength bonus, and the degree would increase with one's level and understanding. Normally, the stronger one was, the more bottlenecks there would be. However, Carrot was different. His bottlenecks were all in the early stages, and the stronger he was, the less bottlenecks there would be. As long as he reached a certain standard, his combat strength would snowball until he reached the limit of his grade. If he stepped into a new grade, he would have to repeat this cycle. This was the reason why Carrot's level was slow every time he leveled up, and it was difficult for him to cultivate. However, it also led to his solid foundation. In the later versions of his previous life, Carrot was the pillar of the pugilist class, just like how the Mechanic Emperor was to the Mechanic class. One punch, one little tyrant, one kick, one seven-eyed. He had achieved the true meaning of shaking the galaxy with his fists. After all, there was only one word difference between Carrot and a certain yellow-haired cheetah. This kid's title in his previous life was the one and only martial god. Furthermore, Everlasting Martial Path could also strengthen all of Carrot's pugilist skills. Not only could it increase the level, but it could also adjust the effects of the skills. It was almost tailor-made to suit Carrot's fighting style better. The introduction explained that this was a unique comprehension of martial arts. Any martial arts school could be integrated with Carrot's own martial arts philosophy. Mastery through a comprehensive study, adaptability, and all moves would eventually become his own. Han Xiao had never seen everlasting martial arts from any other pugilist. If not for the lack of a suffix, he would have thought that it was Carrot's exclusive talent. However, no matter how powerful this ability was, it was of no use to Han Xiao. After all, he was not a proper martial artist. Without the so-called martial arts comprehension, this ability would never trigger a positive effect and would only drag him down. I still have to find him a teacher. There are quite a few pugilists in the army, but they're all calamity grade supers. Their standards are a little lacking. Figures flashed through Han Xiao's mind one after another. It's best to find a beyond grade A to teach carrot. I know so many people, and the most suitable one should be Yin Ying. The two of them were good friends in my previous life, so they definitely have a good relationship. If I let Yin Ying be his teacher, it should be quite effective. Han Xiao scratched his chin and suddenly felt like he was trying to make a good match. Thinking about it, he still had quite a few backup options, such as inviting a pugilist in the underworld to be his teacher, or temporarily releasing Garutan to teach carrot. With his current strength, Garutan would no longer be able to cause any trouble. Furthermore, only by letting the prisoner out occasionally would he not die in the space-time amber. Otherwise, he would not be able to use the Sanctum Revival. Carrot was the first direct descendant of the 3 universal civilizations that he had poached, but he would not be the last. Although the potential value of the other targets was not as good as Carrot's, Han Xiao did not plan to let them go. While walking and thinking, Han Xiao returned to his office and temporarily put this matter aside. He summoned Philip to deal with the army's affairs. The positions of this batch of beyond grade A seeds needed to be arranged, and under their influence, a large number of supers had joined the army. The Human Resource Department was screening and processing them, so it had been quite busy recently. After dealing with the matters, Han Xiao took out his communicator, glanced at the internet, and snorted softly. The public opinion is still heating up. The advanced civilizations are probably not the only ones fanning the flames behind this. There must be someone else who wants the world to be in chaos. There were rumors on the internet that the Beyond Grade A Association would integrate the superclass in the future and become the new ruler outside of the 3 universal civilizations. This was obviously a method to push the association to the top of the mountain and then find an opportunity to kick it down. The higher one stood, the worse one would fall. However, although the method was old, the effect was quite good. As long as he could accurately grasp the psychology of the public, the simple method would still work. The current trend of public opinion was not good for the association. They had taken on too many expectations and glory, and their relationship with the 3 universal civilizations had worsened. The term new ruler was like roasting both sides on the fire. Because the public opinion was a little too fanatical, it was not suitable for them to express their opinions. Han Xiao planned to deal with it coldly and cool down the public opinion. Even if the forces behind the scenes kept fanning the flames, the galactic residents' interest in one matter was limited. There would always be a new hot topic to divert their attention. Han Xiao knocked on the table and pondered. Now that the Beyond Grade A seeds have joined the association, the advanced civilizations have given up on the cleansing plan. This storm is neither big nor small. From the looks of it, the current situation should be maintained for the time being. I need time to integrate the association and collect the keys. The 3 universal civilizations also need time to study the Sanctum Revival, so they won't do anything in the short term. Plus, they have to restrain themselves a little to prevent the supercluster from jumping up and down. Everyone needs time, so they will tacitly maintain a peaceful state. Everyone had a need to stabilize themselves. Before the 3 universal civilizations were confident, they would not take too drastic actions against the association. They only dared to deal with the Beyond Grade A seeds. In Han Xiao's opinion, the universe could still be peaceful for a while. This peace would probably last until the players returned. It's been 50 years since the version update, and version 5.0 is about to start. After my influence, the current situation is completely different from the calamity of the supers in my previous life. I wonder what the players will do. Han Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Central Galaxy, Red Empire Institute for Advanced Study, Space Coordinate Research Group, Wormhole Positioning Project Office. The research team leader walked into the conference room, where many researchers were already waiting. Compared to a few decades ago, the researchers here had basically changed. The previous generation of researchers had either retired or moved to other project offices. The research team leader looked around and slowly said, "The dynasty has issued an internal document to vigorously promote scientific research in all fields, restart previous projects, and provide reference materials for the Sanctum Revival research. All project departments will receive a huge increase in funding this year, And the same goes for all of you. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Scientific research was extremely expensive, and the importance of the wormhole positioning project was not as important as other cutting-edge fields. Ever since the flickering war, this project department had been operating at a low energy consumption. Back then, Han Xiao and the dynasty were still in their honeymoon period. The dynasty listened to his suggestion and, in order to focus on dealing with the Supercluster Alliance, to reduce the possibility of random risks, they suspended the exploration and calculation of the unknown wormhole data. Many projects related to the wormhole positioning project were put on hold. Logically speaking, after the war ended, the wormhole positioning project would not continue to be restricted. It was just that something went wrong. After the war ended, the dynasty was busy dealing with the aftermath, and the relevant upper echelons did not lift this ban immediately. Later on, perhaps for safety reasons or because they had forgotten about this matter, they never made it clear that this ban was lifted. Thus, the matter was delayed. After all, to the entire dynasty, the wormhole positioning project was a very small matter. Other than the relevant officials and researchers, almost no one paid attention to it. As the saying went, the attitude of the upper echelons would always be magnified. Scientific research itself was very pure, but it was difficult for researchers to escape the influence of politics. The review department of the Academy of Sciences felt that the attitude of the upper echelons was unclear and had many concerns. No one wanted to risk their future, so they did not relax the review standards for the wormhole positioning project. This caused a large number of field research projects to be stuck in the approval process, causing the wormhole positioning project to have a large backlog of uncalculated wormhole data. Only the more important projects would be approved. This situation lasted for several years. Because the upper echelons never made a clear statement, the strict review standards for the wormhole positioning project gradually became a habit. During this time, there were some twists and turns and protests, but the voices could not reach the upper echelons, so in the end, there was no storm. Just like that, this situation lasted for decades. The original researchers of this project team were basically transferred to other departments, and most of the people who joined later were newcomers with little experience. In the entire Academy of Sciences, the wormhole positioning project team was not an isolated case. Every year, there would be projects being cancelled and new projects being created. There were also fringe project teams that were just idling around. This was nothing new. The Academy of Sciences was also filled with factions, and it was not uncommon for them to rely on their connections to establish projects and cheat funding. As any organization grew in size and time passed, the system would become rigid to a certain extent. The three universal civilizations were the same. Even the relatively better empires could not prevent this phenomenon. The research team leader left after giving a few instructions, leaving the researchers in the conference room overjoyed. "We're finally not a fringe project team anymore. Hurry up and report all the backlogged topics. We can finally do the actual calculations. There have been too many wormhole coordinates in the past few years. The equipment purchase list for this year hasn't been submitted yet, right? Hurry up and change it. Buy more multi-purpose long-range space probes. We're going to launch them on a large scale this time." Just as Han Xiao expected, after the failed attack on the Beyond Grade A seeds, the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance restrained themselves a little. Under Han Xiao's orders, the association did not publicly announce the attack on the Beyond Grade A seeds either. It was as if they had deliberately ignored this matter. Other than fanning the flames of public opinion, the three parties tacitly maintained peace in all other aspects. No conflict broke out, secretly accumulating strength and preparing their own means. Perhaps the Supercluster Alliance still had thoughts of causing trouble, but they could not find the opportunity to do so at the moment. Although the two parties did not openly declare their hostility, through the manipulation of public opinion, the three universal civilizations and the association had gradually formed an opposing relationship in the eyes of the public. The smell of gunpowder grew stronger and stronger. Any slight movement would cause countless people to jump out and carry out a strategic interpretation, thinking that the two parties were at loggerheads and that there would definitely be a battle. Although the Supercluster Alliance often suffered heavy losses, they were still quite good at fanning the flames. Perhaps this was what they meant by a long illness makes a good doctor. Under the calm surface, the three universal civilizations gradually stopped many business collaborations with the various beyond grade A organizations and introduced some business policies. They began to think of ways to attack the association in terms of organization management. Under the integration of Han Xiao, the association began to strengthen its independence. With the promotion of the Supercluster Alliance, almost everyone in the universe knew that the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the association would not be resolved peacefully. It was impossible for the two parties to coexist easily. Countless organizations were watching this fierce battle. Time slipped away quietly in this atmosphere of impending storm. Gradually, a year passed. On March 10, year 782 of the Galaxy Calendar, version 5.0 officially opened, and the players who had been away for a long time finally came online. Chapter 1285. In the Black Star Palace office, Han Xiao leaned back in his chair and stared at the clock, silently waiting for the notification of the version opening. Time passed second by second. Over the past year, the relationship between the three universal civilizations and the association had dropped to a freezing point. The dynasty had not contacted him for an entire year. The three universal civilizations had issued an announcement a year ago to begin researching the Sanctum revival, but there had been no follow-up news. No one knew how far their research had progressed. However, the revivers said that the three universal civilizations were still privately trying to rope them in, so the research progress of the three universal civilizations was probably not very good. The Holy Covenant had been secretly collecting keys. Although they did not have the channels of the three universal civilizations, making it difficult to collect some materials, it was not a big problem. They just needed to spend more money and time. Now that the Holy Covenant had multiple key formulas, there were more opportunities. However, a year was not enough to collect another set of keys. On the other hand, the military forces of the three universal civilizations had been unusually mobilized recently, as if they were preparing to make a move. This attracted the attention of Han Xiao and the other association members, and the atmosphere in the universe had been getting more and more tense recently. The players returning at this juncture could be said to have caught the good time. Han Xiao rubbed the back of his hand, his eyes flashing. The players are online. This is an opportunity for me to quickly complete the level 360 promotion. The current situation is in a stalemate. If I can make a breakthrough in my personal strength, it might be a turning point for me to break through this situation. The current situation was within his expectations, and a stalemate was exactly what he wanted. If not for the Sanctum revival, the increase in the association's strength, and many other factors, the armed conflict of the calamity of the supers might have already broken out like in his previous life. Now, he was suppressing it. Although this was a powder keg, and the more he suppressed it, the stronger the rebound would be. However, this was not absolute. The way he saw it, he only needed a few opportunities to break through this situation. If he succeeded, he could really eliminate the calamity of the supers, and it would not turn into a large-scale internal conflict. His current methods were all to buy time for the Holy Covenant. Han Xiao knew very well that there would be a battle between the two sides, and the association would have to suffer more casualties. This was an opportunity. As long as the unlimited Sanctum revival was revealed at that time, most of the problems could be solved. The Sanctum key was necessary to break through this situation. If he could use a higher level of personal strength to intimidate the three universal civilizations and attract beyond grade A members, that would be even better. Just as he was deep in thought and analysis, the long-awaited interface finally moved, and a version update notification popped up, just like the players. Version 5.0 activated. Retrieving data. Retrieving data complete. Player forum opened. Welcome to Galaxy, version 5.0, Black Star era. Han Xiao was stunned. The version name this time wasn't Calamity of the Supers. And it even became my name. In the previous 4 versions, although this little butterfly had some influence, Compared to the general trend of the era, it was only a very small individual. The versions were mainly based on the changes in the era. But this time, it was different. He had almost single-handedly started this storm and had become the leader of the tide of the times. The butterfly's wings had flapped so hard that even the version's name had been changed. This also indirectly explained his current pivotal position in the universe, as well as his importance in this storm. Even my name is included in the version name. That's amazing. Han Xiao's face twitched, and a strange smile appeared on his face. What is grandeur? This is grandeur. If the players see this. Whoa, this is the super compound fertilizer that helps me harvest leeks. I haven't seen you in 50 years. I really miss these little cuties, their wallets. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, summoned the surveillance camera in the hall, and looked over with a burning gaze. At the same time, countless white lights flashed in the hall of the base outside Blackstar Palace. The players who had not seen each other for 50 years finally came online in large batches. The originally deserted hall was instantly filled with a sea of people. It was incomparably lively, and countless players were shouting excitedly. Ha ha ha, I'm back. Stars, tremble under my crotch. My cannon can't wait any longer. Damn, it's been 5 versions, and you still haven't fixed the bug of not being able to take off your pants. Bad review. Humph. I can tell you're not a veteran player. Even now, you're still worried about whether or not you can take off your pants. You've fallen behind, little brother. Do you know what it means to have pants on your body but not in your heart? You won't be able to understand my realm. How long has it been since this update? It doesn't look like the base has changed much. It shouldn't have been long. Everyone chattered and opened the interface to check the notifications. The next moment, a series of what the F***CK and WTF sounded from the crowd. Quick, look at the name of this version. I'm shocked. What the F***CK, version 5.0 is actually called Black Star's era? What did he do during the update period? Countless army players opened their eyes wide, and a collective uproar broke out. No one had expected that their faction leader would actually become the theme name of this version. In the eyes of the players, the name of a version represented the main storyline of that version. In the past, the name of the version was either a disaster or a wave of the era. However, this version actually had a character as the main storyline. Grandeur. The many army players trembled in excitement, and only an extremely strong curiosity remained in their hearts. What kind of earth-shattering thing did their army commander do? The pro players who had just come online were also shocked. Frenzied Sword hurriedly opened the calendar and took a look. He gasped in shock. This version update actually took 50 years. Everyone also checked the date and was shocked. It's true. I remember that when we went offline, it seemed to be year 734. It's already year 782 now. What a huge span. It's more than twice the time of the previous version update. I wonder if my wife Sylvia is still alive. What the F***CK are you thinking? She's clearly my wife. Quick, go online and check what's the situation now. Many players hurriedly took out their communicators and went online to check, eager to see what Blackstar had done during the update period. Following the time, the news that the flickering war had ended decades ago entered everyone's eyes, causing a wave of shock. When they went offline, the flickering war was still going on. They had thought that the war would continue once this version was released, but who would have thought that this war would end so early in the version update period? As they continued reading, the expressions of the players became more and more confused, and exclamations could be heard from time to time. Gord's death, Sorokin's escape, the collapse of the Limitless Financial Group's business empire, the change of leadership of the 3 universal civilizations, Aurora's entry into the Beyond Grade A realm, the Sanctum revival, the return of the Primordial Ones, the confrontation between the Beyond Grade A Association and the 3 universal civilizations. A series of major events were all displayed before the eyes of the players. Just by looking at the description, many people could imagine the turbulent times at that time. What a huge change. Aurora really became a Beyond Grade A. F***CK. Who's this blonde lady? I'm in love. It's confirmed. The Germinal organization is the strongest surface organization in the entire universe, with 3 beyond grade as. Who else? The spirit of the Germinal organization will never wither. Rua. As expected of a 50-year span. The original structure of the universe has been completely overturned. Black Star is too amazing. No wonder this version is named after him. Everyone was shocked. They felt like the era had changed after they woke up from their sleep. Seeing Black Star's actions during the update, the players finally understood why version 5.0 was named Black Star's era. Their army commander had become the Martial Arts Alliance leader. His courage was unparalleled, and he led the Beyond Grade as to fight against the overlords of the explored universe. He was undoubtedly the leader of this era, single-handedly starting this era of great competition. The version theme Black Star's era lived up to its name. So amazing. Old Black is like a cheetah. Army commander is awesome. Broken voice, don't call him Black Star anymore. Just call him Black God. I don't know why, but I actually feel like an old father. The players were overwhelmed with emotions. Black Star's figure had already appeared in several versions, and now, he had even become the main storyline of this version, leading a new era. His status was unique in the universe, and in everyone's eyes, Black Star's identity as the universe's main character had already been confirmed. Many of the veteran players had personally witnessed Black Star's rise from the bottom to the top. They more or less felt gratified in their hearts, as though they were witnessing the continuation of a legend. Pork Bun was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He pinched his assistant, Little Wheat, and said excitedly, "Material. So much material. We can make at least 20 videos. Quick, record them all." Little Wheat hurriedly nodded and got to work. On the other side, Mad Blade and the other pro players suppressed their emotions and looked at their attributes. Looks like the level cap this time has been opened to 180. Speaking of which, normal calamity grades usually enter the calamity grade at level 160 to 170. Although we're a little weaker compared to those of the same level, we should be able to reach the calamity grade at level 180, right? It's possible. Who knows, the strength of the players in this version will be pulled apart by a lot. Those who can enter the calamity grade will be able to beat a bunch of grade B players. After discussing for a while, they suddenly thought of something. By the way, I remember that the Flickering War main storyline missions of the players of the other organizations have not been completed yet. Now that the battle is over, I wonder what the situation is like. Someone asked curiously. In the previous version, the main storyline of the Black Star Corps in the Flickering War was disguised by Han Xiao and had been completed long ago. Meanwhile, the players of the other organizations had received the real main storyline, which would only be completed after the battle. Hearing this, the players all entered the player forums, and with just a glance, they were immediately amused. At this time, the Flickering World forums were extremely lively, and posts were quickly being posted. At a glance, there were actually a lot of complaints from the players of the Limitless Financial Group. Flipping water, where's my faction? Where's my F** King huge faction? Atlas, F***CK, holy shit, why is the Limitless Financial Group gone? The Adventures of Tintin, Flickering World, the largest galactic enterprise, the Limitless Financial Group, has gone bankrupt. The boss, Sorokin, ran away with his sister-in-law after owing 350 million. We worked so hard for more than half a year without getting paid. Bastard Sorokin, you're not human. Give me back my hard-earned money. On the forums, a lot of players who had lost their faction were wailing. This meant that all the contribution points they had accumulated in the previous versions had gone down the drain. All the players who had joined a small faction were terrified every time a version was updated, afraid that their faction would be gone the moment they returned. Originally, the players who had joined a large faction were not worried about this problem. However, the Limitless Financial Group was not a small organization. Now that even this faction was gone, the few remaining players under them were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have jumped to another faction together with those who had jumped ship in the National War. How unlucky. That's why choosing the right faction is very important. It's just like choosing a stock. You have to be careful. Luckily, our Black Star Corps is strong enough. After laughing for a while, the army players could not help but feel sad. Even a behemoth like the Limitless Financial Group would collapse one day. Although the Black Star Corps was strong now, after provoking the 3 universal civilizations, their future became bleak. Although their army commander was strong, the association was strong, and the Sanctum revival was miraculous, their opponents were the overlords of the universe, the 3 universal civilizations. Their original cooperative relationship had now turned into enemies. Many people did not have the confidence to fight against them. If anything went wrong, they might lose their faction like the players of the Limitless Financial Group. The faction war between the Beyond Grade A Association and the 3 universal civilizations should be the main storyline of this version. We're naturally on the association's side, but can we really win? That's right. If the association loses, will the army disband? Won't that be a huge loss for us? Some people discussed softly, their stance wavering. Most of them were newcomers who had only joined in version 4.0. As for some old players, although they were also worried about the safety of the army, their stance was very firm. Most of the veteran players had long regarded the army as their own faction. They had worked hard to make the faction grow to what it was today. Even if the enemy was very strong, they did not want to switch sides. Since they were not afraid of death, they might as well fight for their own faction. The army had persisted in building a sense of belonging to the faction for many years, and it had been very effective. The players valued benefits, but most of the time, they did not want to seek benefits and avoid harm. Although benefits were an important factor in guiding the players, the real core logic that determined the actions of the players was one sentence: I'm willing. Ding. At this time, the interface of all the army players rang at the same time, and a notification popped up. You have triggered the Grade S main storyline mission, Calamity of the Supers, Black Star Corps. Chapter 1286. Yo, the main storyline mission is out. Calamity of the Supers? What's that? It's probably referring to the conflict between the 3 universal civilizations and the association. I feel like this name is a bit crooked. How did Supers become a calamity? The crowd whispered among themselves. Calamity of the Supers was supposed to be the name of version 5.0, but now, it was changed to Black, so everyone was unfamiliar with this term. This mission was not issued by Han Xiao himself but was automatically generated by the interface. It was similar to the main storyline mission of version 5.0 in his previous life, but there were some slight changes, such as the addition of Han Xiao's figure. Everyone opened the interface to check the mission, and the mission introduction jumped into their eyes. This is a crisis that affects the entire superclass. There is a deep-rooted conflict between individual strength and collective civilization. Black Star chose the path of seeking peace through deterrence, igniting the fuse and detonating this storm called the Super's Crisis, single-handedly starting a new era. As a super, you should have your own stance and ideals in this storm, choose your own faction, and fight for it. As a member of the Black Star Corps, you might be willing to stand on the army's front line in this crisis and complete the army's great goal. Everyone looked down. This main storyline mission was related to faction conflict. As a Grade S main storyline mission, the duration was very long, and they could continue to receive rewards. They were required to choose a faction in this storm and fight for it, and their faction was preset to be the Black Star Corps. During this mission period, every time they completed a mission assigned by their faction, they would receive additional faction contribution points and experience, which was very generous. The rewards are really not bad, and the mission rewards are clearly higher than in the previous version. The Foundation has improved again. This incident affects the entire superclass. It feels like the impact is even greater than the development of the flickering world in the previous version. Although the previous version also mobilized the entire universe, it was mainly for exploration, and most of the events were limited to one starfield. This Calamity of the Supers is obviously very confrontational. Which part of the universe doesn't have supers? The entire galactic society is going to be shaken. Actually, I think this is pretty good. The main storyline was pointed out as soon as the version was released, and the goal was clear. Everyone chatted in 2s and 3s. Although it was a little sudden to be involved in such a big incident as soon as they came online, the army players quickly accepted this reality and felt excited. After marveling at Blackstar's deeds for a while, everyone quickly turned their attention to other aspects of the version update. Right, it's been 50 years. The army should have updated many of its internal products. Let's take a look. Not long after, someone opened the army's faction store to check the equipment and weapons provided to the internal members. The equipment sold by the army had always been the focus of the players. Although it was a little expensive, the quality was guaranteed. The performance was excellent, and the after-sales repair, enhancement, and other services were quite complete. A large number of players were using the army's standard equipment. Every time the army's logistics department updated their equipment series, it was the time for the army players to collectively improve their overall combat strength. At the same time, it could also reduce the fat on their wallets. With just one look, the many army players were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. In the interface of the faction store, the number of the army's internal products had multiplied many times compared to a few decades ago. There was a large pile of equipment, raw materials, and special items that had never been seen before. Furthermore, they were all high-quality products after the update. Many of them were new technologies in Jay's treasure. Han Xiao picked out some suitable ones and threw them to the logistics department to create many new things, greatly expanding the scale of the faction's specialty products. Wow, the army's research in recent years has been very impressive. There are so many new products. I'm still wearing the 7th generation equipment set. Now, it's been updated to the 12th generation. The performance has been improved so much. It's over. The previous equipment sets are all outdated. Changing to a new set costs a sum of money, enhancing, polishing, and enchantment costs another sum of money, and matching new weapons costs another sum of money. I feel like my wallet is going to die. The eyes of the players instantly turned red. Looking at so many good things, their desire to buy them was unprecedentedly strong. It was a pity that the National War and the Pro League at the end of version 4.0 had emptied the savings of most people. Most people could only be envious, and their desire turned into the desire to earn money. At this moment, everyone's internal program received an email from the army commander. Opening the email, it was Han Xiao representing the army to welcome the return of the immortals. He also stated that the current situation was sensitive, and he hoped that everyone would restrain themselves. At the end of the email, there was a note saying that the former stage of the National War, Planet Milton, had been purchased by the army and given to the Yang Huang Alliance as a gift. No one had thought that there would be such a benefit. They were immediately stunned by this unexpected surprise and were dumbfounded. The army commander directly bought a National War planet and gave it to us. It's not an illusion, right? Maybe this is the power of money. Why would Old Black do this? He probably doesn't know about the National War, right? That's hard to say. At that time, many galactic forces were paying attention to us. Although they didn't know about our National War, they could definitely see that the immortals of different forces were competing. Our Yang Huang Alliance crushed everyone else. Maybe Old Black felt that we had won glory for the army. I think it's possible. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. As the stage of the National War, Planet Milton had the potential to become a main city. If the army directly bought it and gave it to the Yang Huang Alliance, it was equivalent to handing over the sovereignty of this main city to the Chinese players. Originally, the management rights of this kind of planet basically belonged to the legitimate NPC forces. Who would have thought that it would fall into the hands of the players? This gift was not light. This was the first player guild to own a planet. At that time, many players participated in the National War, but they did not expect to receive such an additional reward from the faction. They could not help but be overjoyed. Speaking of which, Most of the Chinese players were the Blue Star Fellows who first followed Old Black to explore the galaxy. This gift might be Old Black taking care of his fellows. Thinking of this possibility, veteran players like Mad Blade were a little touched. This proved that Black Star had always had them in his heart. Not long after, this matter spread to the forums, and countless players from the other factions were instantly jealous. It's the Black Star core benefits again. How can their faction be so good? Damn it, I'm so jealous. Black Star is indeed the model of starting from scratch. He really knows how to win people over. I also want to meet a faction leader like this. Woo woo, lemons are so good. Seeing this scene, many foreign club players who had participated in the national war suddenly had a stifled expression, and their stomachs began to churn. Originally, quite some time had passed since the national war, and these participants had already adjusted their mentality. Although they had lost, there were not many substantial losses. However, at this moment, these players felt that their hearts had been stabbed again. Seeing the Yang Huang Alliance happily receiving a planet as a gift, these foreign clubs only felt annoyed. If we had worked harder at the last moment and won the national war, this planet would have been ours today. Oh, I forgot, we are not Black Star Corps members. Even if we won, the faction behind us would not have bought Planet Milton as a gift. Thinking of this made them even more depressed. As soon as tens of millions of players returned, the forums that had been silent for a long time instantly became lively. The version had just been updated, and everyone was busy leveling up and updating their equipment. The most important thing was to fill their wallets. After understanding the current situation, many army players could not wait to take action. At the same time, in the army commander's office, Han Xiao turned off the monitor in the hall and glanced at the experience bar on the interface. It began to rise rapidly, and he felt very comfortable. Ah, this is the aroma of leaks comfortable. The player's savings have been mostly spent in the previous version, and the new version has just opened. They also have the need to level up, so I can only use new products and a certain discount to stimulate consumption and try to maintain the efficiency of harvesting experience. Han Xiao stroked his chin with his fingers, his eyes shining. The cost of leveling up now was extremely exaggerated. He had also accumulated some experience during the version update. According to the normal harvesting efficiency during the opening of the version, Han Xiao estimated that it would take 1.5 to 3 years to fill up the experience pool for the level 360 promotion. It was not a long time, but it was not short either. It mainly depended on the speed at which the players accumulated experience. If he used his proficient leak management skills, he might be able to speed up the efficiency of the players. Before the promotion, Han Xiao also planned to max out his God's trait transformation in the Void branch. This would also take some time to create more universal treasures. The main storyline mission this time was a faction war. The association had a natural attraction to the players, and he was currently the leader of the association. Han Xiao was not worried about being poached. Instead, players would transfer to the army one after another. The players have returned. The fuse for the calamity of the supers is basically ready. It's just a matter of how the 3 universal civilizations react. Han Xiao pondered. On the mother planet of the Radiant Federation, in the President's Palace, the immortals from all over the world have returned. TSK, this is also a group of troublesome fellows. Louis, who was standing by the window, looked back at the head of the intelligence department and frowned. He secretly felt that this was troublesome. Do we need to take action? The head of intelligence asked. Louis returned to his seat, stroked his chin, and said thoughtfully, "The immortals. Could the principle of their resurrection be related to the Sanctum revival? In the past year, the 3 universal civilizations had invested an astronomical amount of money into the Sanctum revival research. There had indeed been some progress, but it was still far from producing results. In the field of information form, although the 3 universal civilizations were at the forefront of the explored universe, their technology was still not perfect. The leaders of the 3 universal civilizations would ask about the research progress every few days, so Louis subconsciously associated the players with the Sanctum revival. In his opinion, Both were strange resurrection methods, so there might be some connection. After pondering for a while, Louis said with a deep voice, "Those revivers are stubborn. We still can't find out the details of their resurrection process. Increase the funds for the Immortals research project. This might be another breakthrough." Understood. The head of intelligence noted it down. Louis paused and asked, "How's the public opinion in the outside world recently?" "The class division is going well. Through the difference in treatment, one-sided publicity, and other means, we have successfully created a group of supers who think that the association's ambition has affected the order. They are basically people who have been affected and lost benefits, so the supers are divided into two voices. The number of objectors is not many at the moment, but it is enough. Their existence will make the supers who support the association place more hope in it, constantly pushing the association to a higher altar, and even shouting the slogan of breaking off with the three universal civilizations." "Humph, well done." Louis narrowed his eyes. "Too much is bound to fall. The association has too many expectations placed on it. Once we can make the association suffer a small setback, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort, heavily damaging the association's prestige in the supers and shaking more people's hearts." The three universal civilizations did not wish for a leading force to appear in the supers. Not only was the Supercluster Alliance fanning the flames, the three universal civilizations had also adjusted their strategy, secretly spreading the public opinion and dividing the voices of the supers. They wanted to carry out a strategy of killing the association by attacking its high prestige in the supers, making the supers disappointed in it and destroying their confidence. However, the time was not right yet, and there was no reason to test it now. There was no need to say that this move was not suitable for now. Louis waved his hand to let the head of intelligence leave. After waiting for a while, two remote projections suddenly appeared in the room. They were Mechanical Queen Mornisa and Guardian Romo, both direct beyond Grade A mechanics of the Radiant Federation. "You're here." Louis nodded, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "You asked to see me. Did you find the location of the Mecha Empire's main body?" The direct mechanics of the Radiant Federation had been searching for the location of Manason's main body all these years, but to no avail. Romo shook his head. "He hid too well. We still have no news." "Then why do you want to see me?" Louis frowned. Mornisa took a step forward and slowly said, "I once studied with the Mecha Empire, so I'm very familiar with their virtual technology style. Not long ago, my technology made a breakthrough, so I've requested the three universal civilizations help to hack into Manason's database." Louis was stunned. "What's the purpose of this?" Mornisa's eyes sparkled. "I've taken a fancy to the Mecha Empire's technology vault. I want to get his life's work." She used to be a student of the Mecha Empire, so she knew better than anyone else just how rich Manason's foundation was. She had been eyeing Manason's technology vault for a long time, and the reason why their relationship turned cold was because Mornisa had once tried to steal some of his technology. After that incident, in order to protect herself, she became a direct member of the Radiant Federation. Ever since Manison lost power, Mornisa had once again set her eyes on his technology. She was not confident in the past, but not long ago, Mornisa made a breakthrough, so her confidence returned. Through her calculations, she believed that with her current virtual technology skills, as long as she could get the help of the three universal civilizations, there was more than a 50% chance that she could hack into Manason's database. The Mecha Empire was strong, but it could not stop others from targeting him. "If this is the only reason, then I won't agree to your request." Louis shook his head and said, "Plus, the Mecha Empire is very famous. Are you sure you can crack their virtual technology?" I remember that the Mecha Empire has always liked to secretly infiltrate the Radiant Federation's database. After so many years, who knows how many secrets he has stolen. We've let him do as he pleases for too long. Don't you think it's time for the Radiant Federation to retaliate? No one will be able to find fault with it, and will destroy all the Radiant Federation secrets he has collected over the years. At the same time, we can get the secrets of the many supercluster civilizations in the Primeval Star River from him. These are the real enemies of the three universal civilizations." Louis' eyes flashed, and he was a little tempted. Currently, the three universal civilizations did not want to provoke the association, but if it was just hacking into the Mecha Empire's database, it would not be a big deal. While the three universal civilizations were wary of the association, they had never stopped their little tricks. Plus, the Mecha Empire was no longer the president, and they had always been on bad terms with Black Star. This time, Mornisa sneered and continued. As for my ability, hehe, the Mecha Empire's strength has been weakening since Black Star took away more than half of the faith of the machinery faith. They are no longer at their peak. As long as the three universal civilizations help me, I'm confident that I can hack into their database. After this is done, the Radiant Federation will be able to copy the technology. Louis' eyes flashed. After weighing the pros and cons, he slowly nodded. I agree to your request. I'll help you contact the Dynasty and Ethereal Federation. This plan can be tried, and we can test the association's reaction. Try to succeed. Don't disappoint me. Hearing this, Mornisa smiled triumphantly. Don't worry, I'll make you so satisfied that you won't even be able to speak. Chapter 1287. The news of the return of the Immortals spread like wildfire. In the current situation, this matter received even more attention, and many organizations were secretly shocked. Tens of millions of Immortal Grade B supers, no one could ignore this force, especially since tens of millions of them were members of the Black Star Corps. This made many large organizations, including the three universal civilizations, vigilant, worried that the Black Star Corps would make a big move after their powerful armed forces returned. However, many organizations heaved a sigh of relief very quickly. These immortals of the army were immersed in their daily work, maintaining law and order, acting as mercenaries, and training everywhere. It seemed very harmonious, and there were no big moves. However, every time they disappeared and returned, the strength of the immortals would increase. This was a pattern that had been discovered. Many top organizations confirmed through their intelligence network that the stagnant strength of the immortals had increased again, and they could not help but feel worried. Although they were only Grade B, the Immortals were already very terrifying. Every organization knew that if the Immortals were allowed to continue growing, it would definitely have an impact on the current structure of the universe, causing unknown effects. It would not be a good thing. Furthermore, the Galactic Society now knew about the existence of the Sanctum Revival, and they could not help but associate it with the immortal nature of the players. On the internet, the public opinion that had cooled down a little became heated again. The galactic residents discussed it in full swing, giving a lot of guesses. One of them said that the reason Black Star had mastered the Sanctum Revival was because he had found clues on the Immortals. This guess was reasonable and received the most widespread agreement. Countless galactic residents felt that they had discovered Black Star's secret. All of a sudden, almost all the organizations in the universe offered more generous conditions for the Immortals, enthusiastically trying to rope them in, wanting to study the Sanctum Revival through the Immortals. However, with the example of the Limitless Financial Group's collapse, coupled with the version name Black Star era, most players rejected the olive branches of the small and medium-sized organizations and turned to the Black Star army in batches. The number of players in the army once again soared. Due to various reasons, many players had already missed out on several versions with the Black Star army. Now that the new version had just started, it would be the best time to start afresh. Many of them did not want to miss out on this opportunity. The movements of the players attracted the attention of the entire universe. Countless organizations were constantly paying attention, coveting and wary. In the territory of the Black Star Corps, in a secret training ground hidden on a desolate planet. On the rocky surface that was like a mountain range, two figures were exchanging blows. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages as they crisscrossed back and forth. Every time they collided, a ring of air would explode. Bang! Bang! The two figures were entangled with each other as they sped on the ground. They were like an earth dragon that stirred up billowing smoke and dust. The surging scorching aura brought along the choking dust and sand. Their fists were exchanged back and forth, and their martial arts auras shot out violently. The rocky mountains along the way exploded one after another, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to shake. Suddenly, the figure wearing the heavy training armor found a flaw in the opponent. He raised his elbow, and condensed pugilist flames erupted at the point of contact, instantly pushing the opponent's defensive posture away. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, he suddenly threw out a powerful whip kick, like a battle axe sweeping horizontally, bringing along a sonic boom in the air and whipping the opponent's chest in the blink of an eye. Bang! Another silver figure suffered a heavy blow and shot out like a cannonball. It crashed into 3 rocky mountains and was embedded into the wall of the 4th small mountain. With a bang, it shook, and broken stones shot out in all directions, leaving behind a deep pit filled with smoke and dust. Spider web-like cracks quickly spread on the wall of the mountain. Not bad. The silver figure's body trembled, and the small mountain exploded, turning into a rain of rocks. He floated in the air, his body like flowing silver liquid metal. The dent in his chest was quickly recovering. It was Yin Ying. On the other side, his opponent did not pursue him. He took off his helmet, revealing a plain face. It was Carrot. Yin Ying flew back to Carrot, nodded, and said, "Your improvement is getting faster and faster. Although it's only been a year, the current you can probably defeat 3 of yourself from a year ago. Your ability is already not bad among the Calamity grade supers. Am I that good?" Carrot scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He was used to being at the bottom, so when he heard praise, he felt uncomfortable all over. "Your pugilist potential is something I've never seen before in my life. In time, your achievements might surpass mine." Yin Ying's tone was filled with emotion. He had suppressed his strength to fight with Carrot earlier. Although he had only displayed the strength of a Calamity grade supers, Carrot's performance had shocked him and even made him feel pressured. Back then, when Black Star had asked him to teach Carrot, Yin Ying had been a little unwilling. However, after a year of teaching, he was really satisfied. Carrot's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If he was an ordinary Calamity grade supers before, he was now at the elite level, close to the boss level. This huge transformation had only taken him a year. Yin Ying saw the potential of a beyond grade A from Carrot, so not only did he not reject teaching, he even gave it his all and imparted his pugilist experience to Carrot without holding back. If he could become a beyond grade A teacher, it would be a good thing for him as well. Black Star had a wide range of friends and did not lack pugilists. However, such a good thing had actually fallen into his lap. Yin Ying could not help but feel grateful to Han Xiao, feeling that Black Star was helping him. However, Yin Ying did not teach Carrot wholeheartedly just because he wanted to groom a junior. As soon as he saw Carrot, he felt joy in his heart and secretly admired him. They were very compatible. "It's all because you taught me well." Carrot smiled honestly. "It's not all because of me. I also have to thank Black Star. His foresight is really too accurate. If not for him guiding me on how to teach you, I might not even have a clue now." Yin Ying shook his head. Han Xiao had seen Carrot's growth mechanism through the interface, so he had asked Yin Ying to focus on specific training. He had first focused on explaining pugilist comprehension and then high-intensity training. As a result, Carrot had improved by leaps and bounds within a year. According to the original growth trajectory, Carrot was the type of person who matured late. However, the reason might be because he was not clear about his own characteristics and could only slowly explore and accumulate, so it took him a lot of time. If he had trained with a goal in mind from the start, perhaps Carrot's growth would not have been slower than others but much faster. From another perspective, Carrot was really very similar to Great Hero Guo. Under his naive appearance hid extremely outstanding talent. It was just that he did not meet the best teacher and wasted too much time. If he had trained with an ultimate technique from the start, his combat strength would have been formed long ago. The interface could see through a person's strengths and weaknesses and target their training. There was probably no other teacher in the universe who was more suitable than Han Xiao to teach according to the individual's aptitude. Not only Carrot, but the hundreds of other beyond grade A seeds had all received his guidance and improved. Almost all of them treated Han Xiao as their spiritual teacher. At this time, a remote projection appeared beside the two of them. It was Han Xiao. "Your Excellency Black Star." Yin Ying and Carrot immediately looked over and bowed. "How's your training?" Han Xiao smiled. "It's improved compared to last time. He can even break through my defense and kick me." Yin Ying revealed a faint gratified smile. "Yo, not bad. Continue to work hard and enter the Beyond Grade A realm as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll find more teachers for you to learn from." Han Xiao laughed heartily. He had already figured out the correct way to train Carrot. The biggest hurdle of everlasting martial path was to accumulate pugilist understanding. The shortcut was to communicate with different Beyond Grade A pugilists, which would allow Carrot's pugilist understanding to complete the transformation of his talent and enter the fast path of leveling up. When Carrot became a Beyond Grade A, Han Xiao planned to use his connections to get those Beyond Grade A pugilists to impart their understanding to Carrot, not letting a single one of them go. With Carrot's simple and steady character, Han Xiao was sure that this investment would not lose money and would only be profitable. After giving some instructions, Han Xiao ended the call and left. Carrot exhaled, feeling extremely warm inside. Over the past year, no matter how busy Blackstar was, he would call every 10 days to check on the progress of his training and specially develop a training plan for him. He even invited Silver Shadow, a Beyond Grade A super, to be his teacher. All these actions showed how much Blackstar valued him, and it was not a lie. As the saying went, there would be no harm if there was no comparison. Thinking back to how the dynasty had treated him, even if Carrot was not a stingy person, he could not help but feel that there was no comparison between the two. Carrot remembered all these favors in his heart. Even without the relationship of idolatry, his sense of belonging to Blackstar had already broken through the sky. "The ruler treated me like a country knight, so I'll definitely repay him like a country knight." In the office of Blackstar Palace, Han Xiao retracted the remote projection and smiled. "Carrot is really worth grooming. His growth in just a year is already so high. Based on this trend, he might catch up and become a Beyond Grade A even faster than Lothair." He could not be more satisfied with Carrot. He could only say that he was indeed the future face of the pugilist class. Lothair was still stuck at the threshold of Beyond Grade A, and this step was the most difficult. He had no idea how long it would take. In addition, Evans had been grooming for decades. Because the players were not online, he did not absorb any new abilities and had been polishing his core Esper ability. Now that his strength had increased, he had steadily fulfilled the potential of his Esper ability and successfully entered the Calamity grade. Han Xiao was full of expectations for this little Escod. Now that the players had returned, he could finally add new Esper abilities to Evans and match them with specific combat styles. Other than these few potential stocks, the high-end strength of the army had expanded several times. There were many Beyond Grade A seeds, and there were many people worth grooming. Oh, right, there was also the bald baby, Sylvia. Unfortunately, with Sylvia's potential, it would be good enough if she could become a Beyond Grade A seed. Han Xiao still felt that the position of chief administrative official was more suitable for her. Han Xiao shook his head, took out his communicator, and looked at it. The outside world is reacting to the return of the players. They're worried that if they continue to grow, they will become more and more lawless, shaking the order of the Galactic Society. This is actually not wrong. The fuse has already appeared. In ancient times, there was a saying that heroes used martial arts to break the law. When it came to the players, this characteristic was even more exaggerated. The stronger they were, the harder it was to manage them. Han Xiao considered it from the perspective of the three universal civilizations and could understand that the calamity of the supers had its reasons. At least, it was very suitable for the players. The three universal civilizations should be making a move soon. I keep feeling that something is going to happen. Han Xiao rubbed his forehead and frowned. At this time, a black flame suddenly appeared in front of him and quickly expanded into a figure. It was Oathkeeper's mental projection. Han Xiao looked up at him and raised his brows. "Why didn't you say anything? Why are you looking for me? Have you gathered another set of keys?" Not yet. Oathkeeper's tone was solemn. Blackstar, I have 2 pieces of bad news for you. Oh, what is it? Han Xiao was curious. There's a traitor among the group of Avengers. He wants to sell the information about the Holy Covenant and the Sanctums in exchange for the help of the advanced civilizations to take revenge. Han Xiao's face darkened. How did this happen? Has the news been leaked? Pangan is chasing after him. The information has been intercepted and has not been sent out. Han Xiao frowned. What's the other bad news? Someone used magic to spy on the Holy Covenant organization. We traced the source and found that the magic path came from the secondary dimensions. We've probably been discovered by someone hiding in the secondary dimensions. We don't know who it is yet, Oathkeeper said with a deep voice. Hearing this, Han Xiao slowly stood up and put on his cloak. Tell me the coordinates. I'll go take a look. Chapter 1288. The violent atmosphere stirred up the black sand in the sky. The high-speed sandstorm that could easily crush steel shrouded the surface of this desolate planet all year round. The harsh environment of the planet did not give birth to any life. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in the sandstorm, and a figure appeared out of thin air, falling from the sky and crashing onto the ground. This person was wearing a mechanical suit that was damaged all over, and he was covered in blood as if he was heavily injured. He struggled to stand up, raised his hand, and flicked out a thin blue energy shield, blocking the high-speed sandstorm around him. The next second, a few more lights flashed behind him. Pangan and a few other beyond grade as chased after him and quickly surrounded him. Pangan stared at this person coldly, his tone filled with killing intent. Kotlin, you betrayed us. This primordial one named Kotlin panted heavily, looked around, and smiled miserably. They were all beyond grade and the spatial ripples he left behind through teleportation and hyperdrive were all clues for the other party to track him. He could not get rid of Pangan and the others, and his communicator network was also locked by the mechanics around Pangan, unable to be unlocked in a short time. For him, there was no way to escape. Pangan clenched his fists and said in a low voice, I said what I said. Our principle is to not involve Blackstar and the Holy Covenant as much as possible. You tried to use their information in exchange for the help of the supercluster civilization, which has already broken the original agreement. I can only get rid of you. He was a little pained, but also a little relieved. Kotlin was a member of the Avengers. He was pained that one of his companions had taken the wrong path, but he was also relieved that he discovered it quickly enough. The other party was still in the probing stage of communication with the supercluster civilization, and they did not have a deep cooperation. Kotlin exhaled and said with a deep voice, Pangan, you can't not see, right? With our meager manpower, even if we silently develop for a few hundred years, it's basically impossible to complete our revenge plan. Without external help, it's impossible. Following you is just a waste of time. Pangan was silent for a moment, then firmly said, even if the hope is slim, I will not betray Oathkeeper and Blackstar in exchange for help. They carry out the mission of the Holy Covenant, reviving us and giving us a second life. You are being ungrateful. We are all the founders of the Holy Covenant. Without our efforts back then, how could they have mastered the Sanctum revival? I do owe Oathkeeper, but Blackstar. He's just an opportunist, yet he shamelessly claims to be our benefactor. Didn't he get his current position by using us? Kotlin's eyes flickered, but he was not prepared to admit defeat. Blackstar is fighting for the future of the entire class. Although we're not participating, we can't drag him down. You've crossed the line, another beyond grader coldly said. Kotlin disagreed and said angrily, Bullsh T-class struggle, what does it have to do with me? I only have one goal from the beginning, and that is to avenge my fellow countrymen. For this, I can give up anything, including my life. This time, I don't even think about going back alive. Anyway, I only have one chance to use the Sanctum revival, and I've already used it up. To me, the Holy Covenant and Blackstar are useless. If they don't affect me, I can give them face and keep their secret for them. However, Blackstar's path is obviously to find a way to coexist peacefully with my enemy, the three universal civilizations. In the future, he might even show his loyalty and turn around to destroy us. Since he's in my way, he can scram to the side. Hearing this, Pangan and the others frowned. The primordial ones had different goals when they created the Holy Covenant. Not everyone wanted to escape the chaos of war. A few like Kotlin and Pangan were worried that they would not be able to continue protecting the civilization after they died in battle, so they invested in the Holy Covenant as insurance. Pangan shook his head. He felt that there was no point in wasting his breath on Kotlin. This person's heart was completely filled with hatred and could not tolerate anything else. He only wanted to take revenge at all costs and did not care about anything else after he died. He did not want to waste time criticizing Kotlin's personal choice, so he changed the topic and said coldly, "What benefits did the supercluster promise you?" "We haven't finished yet." Kotlin did not hide it. Only Oathkeeper and Blackstar knew how to open the sanctums, the key formula, and other secrets, and had never been revealed to other revivers. What Kotlin could take out to trade was only superficial information, such as the composition of the Holy Covenant's members, the private agreement between Blackstar and the Holy Covenant, and so on. However, it was still very valuable. Before he reached a suitable condition with the other party, Kotlin was naturally a rare commodity. This was not the first time he had dealt with an organization, so of course, he would not reveal his information for nothing. Otherwise, he would lose the value of the negotiation. Thus, he had not revealed much yet. Pangan nodded silently. Pugilist flames ignited all over his body as he said coldly, "Okay, then there's nothing more to say. I'll send you on your way personally. I don't intend to wait for death. If you want to kill me, then come and try." Kotlin did not care about the consumption of his life force and crazily squeezed out his exhausted cells. The next moment, several figures moved quickly and collided with each other. Bang! An intense shockwave swept across the surface of the planet, shattering it inch by inch. In the secondary dimension world, Han Xiao was shuttling at high speed, jumping through secondary dimension after secondary dimension, heading straight for the depths. After receiving news from Oathkeeper, Han Xiao took the coordinates and left immediately, heading straight for the secondary dimension to track down the spies. Over the years, Han Xiao had created many new machines. The mechanical suit he was wearing was a model that specialized in moving in secondary dimensions, and its jumping speed was extremely fast. As for the traitor on Pangan's side, Han Xiao could not care about it for the time being. It was impossible for Pangan and the others to bring a throne with them, so it was too late for him to go over even if he wanted to. He could only leave it to Pangan to deal with it. Although this person was a little reckless, his strength was not bad. Moreover, none of the revivers knew the key information such as how to open the sanctums. Even if it was leaked, the outside world would at most know about the existence of the Holy Covenant and his connection with the Holy Covenant. The problem could still be controlled, and there were pros and cons. In his previous life, the Holy Covenant should have encountered something similar, but the perpetrator was not anyone from the current revivals. In the calamity of the Super's version in his previous life, Kotlin acted normally and did not seem to have leaked any information about the Holy Covenant. Maybe it's my butterfly effect again. In my previous life, the Sanctum revival was not exposed, and there was no association, so he made a different choice. Han Xiao guessed. At this moment, a black flame suddenly appeared beside him, turning into Oathkeeper's mental projection. It followed Han Xiao's figure and remained relatively still. Blackstar, the problem on Pangan's side has been solved. The traitor has been killed. Not bad. Han Xiao nodded. Did you find out the reason? Kotlin said so. Oathkeeper relayed Pangan's information to him. After hearing this, Han Xiao nodded silently. So that's how it is. In his previous life, the Holy Covenant organization had always been hiding in the dark and did not participate in these disturbances. Most of the revivers did not want to be disturbed and were neutral. Now, under his mobilization, many of the revivers had participated in the battle between the Beyond Grade as, causing Kotlin's thoughts to change and no longer keep it a secret. However, this was a rare situation. Basically, The revivers would not take the risk of leaking information because they knew that once they destroyed the plan of Blackstar and the Holy Covenant, they would definitely be hunted down by a large group of revivers. They might even cause Blackstar to personally take action and lose their precious last life. People like Kotlin who were ungrateful and did not care about their lives were an exception. The binding of class interests and life safety was enough to suppress the thoughts of most people. In fact, Law and Faye had privately suggested that Oathkeeper use Soul Flame as a gag order. Although it could not form a strong restriction on the Beyond grade as, it could sense if the revivers leaked information. However, this suggestion was rejected by Oathkeeper. Han Xiao also did not agree with this suggestion. If only things were that simple. The Holy Covenant was able to suppress the second batch of revivers because of the support of the first batch of primordial ones. They were the founders of the organization. If this suggestion was taken, the nature of the Holy Covenant would change. The revivers would have all run away long ago. They would even take out the main body of Soul Flame from Oathkeeper's body and destroy it on the spot. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao shook his head. It's hard to avoid traitors. Be more careful. Oathkeeper sighed. Kotlin, he wasn't like this in the past. Sigh, hatred can always completely change a person. When you revive in the future, don't include him. Of course. Han Xiao nodded. The two of them were the only ones who knew the true mechanism of the Sanctum revival. After this incident, the two of them had already removed Kotlin's name from the revival list and would not consider reviving him in the future. This guy thought that he could only revive once and felt that the Holy Covenant and Blackstar were of no use to him, so he decided to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Since that was the case, Han Xiao was naturally willing to help the other party's dream come true and make Kotlin's Sanctum revival really only happen once. He would not know what he had missed. This time, the mechanical suit's dedicated secondary dimension coordinate tracker suddenly rang and gave a notification. Han Xiao followed the guidance and jumped through a few more secondary dimensions. He then followed the instructions and entered the space turbulence. After shuttling for a while, he suddenly stopped outside a secondary dimension. The outer wall of this secondary dimension in front of him was engraved with countless magic circuits and was tightly protected. It was obvious that it was man-made. The coordinates indicated this place. It looks like a mage tower in the form of a dimension. Han Xiao carefully observed the situation around him. Because of the coordinates given by Oathkeeper, he arrived very quickly this time. The Holy Covenant had already set up countless countermeasures to prevent spying. Once someone tried to spy, they would be tracked in reverse. This kind of magic was similar to the virtual technology network tracking. Han Xiao flew over and placed his palm on the magic circuit barrier of the secondary dimension. He felt an extremely strong repulsion force. The barrier was extremely tough. A magic barrier of this level must have been set up by a Beyond Grade A, and not an ordinary Beyond Grade A at that. Han Xiao secretly nodded, his eyes flashing. This meant that the experts in the secondary dimension had most likely observed him but did not come out to greet him or open the entrance to this secondary dimension. TSK, are you pretending to be a turtle? Do you think you're safe just because you're hiding in your turtle shell? Looks like I'll have to use some brute force. Han Xiao originally did not want to use force easily, but seeing the other party's performance, he could not help but raise his palm. Psionic energy surged in his palm. At this time, Han Xiao noticed that the magic barrier of the secondary dimension began to change, revealing a gap. The next moment, a figure flew out of the gap and arrived not far away. This person was wearing a platinum and gold mage robe and a pointed mage hat. He had a long white beard and an extraordinary aura. This appearance was very similar to a famous dual-wielding berserker mage. Hello, guest from afar. A mental message was transmitted to Han Xiao's mind at the same time. Han Xiao looked over and sized him up. Suddenly, his brows raised, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He recognized this stranger whom he had met for the first time. So it's this guy. Isn't he the secluded Beyond Grade A who fought guerrilla warfare with the World Tree Army in the secondary dimension in my previous life? Chapter 1289. Super Godly Mechanic has taken a day off. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1290. Secret Realm Mage Joey Tan Ryan, a hidden expert who lived in seclusion in the secondary dimensions. He was from the same era as the foul-mouthed elf King Dylan. There was no trace of this person in the current galactic history. He had lived in seclusion for a long time and did not leave any records. He only appeared in front of the world for the first time in the World Tree Invasion version. Mags were the same as mechanics. They were the type with a strong foundation, and the older they were, the stronger they were. Joey had lived in the secondary dimensions for many years and accumulated peak beyond grade A strength. However, due to his talent, potential, and other factors, his level was probably weaker than the pillars of the three universal civilizations. He was barely ranked at the tail end of the universe's first echelon. Even if he did not count the revivers, he could still occupy a place among the beyond grade as in the main world. Han Xiao had a deep impression of this person. The World Tree's invasion had affected a wide area, and the secondary dimensions had become a battlefield. All the secret organizations and hermits hiding there had also become targets of conquest. They were all blown out, and no one could stay out of it. They had no choice but to resist collectively. Joey was one of them. It was said that the secondary dimension he lived in seclusion had been severely damaged, causing him to have no choice but to hide with his base camp and fight guerrilla warfare with the World Tree army. In the end, he died at the hands of the enemy and was swallowed by the World Tree. All kinds of information flashed through his mind. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, sized Joey up, and slowly said, "Joey Tan Ryan." "Joey Tan Ryan. I was wondering who it was. So it's you." Joey wanted to introduce himself, but he did not expect to be called by his name. He was shocked, and his face was filled with surprise. "How do you know my name?" He was a little confused. "What's going on? I've been in seclusion for so many years, so no one in the main universe should know my name. How does this person know me?" Han Xiao chuckled. "I guessed it. Amazing, right?" Joey choked and felt a stifling sensation in his heart. How sarcastic. He felt that Black Star's personality was different from the rumors, so he suppressed his depression and suppressed his curiosity. He coughed and asked, "Well, whether you guessed it or not, you already know who I am. I'm very curious. Why would the famous Black Star of the main universe visit my home?" Han Xiao smacked his lips. "Oh, so you know me too. I thought you had completely hidden yourself from the world and didn't pay attention to the changes in the main universe. I only pay attention to the news occasionally." Joey became more and more suspicious. He felt that Black Star seemed to have a deep understanding of him, but he had never interacted with the other party before. There was something strange about this matter. "Really?" Han Xiao did not comment. "But not long ago, you spied on a friend of mine. It seems that you pay attention to a wide range of things, not just the news. So that's why you're here." Joey suddenly understood, and a burst of vigilance rose in his heart. He had just discovered Black Star's visit in the secondary dimension and was wondering how this person had found him. He originally wanted to silently observe and guess the other party's intentions, but when he saw Han Xiao raise his hand to break the magic barrier, Joey could not sit still and came out to meet him. He did not expect that the person he was interested in observing not long ago was related to Black Star. Now that the main character had come to find him, he was afraid that there would be trouble. Since the other party had come, he naturally knew what was going on. There was no point in denying it. Joey's expression changed. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and spread his hands. As the saying goes, those who come from afar are guests. "You don't want to keep talking to me here, do you? Aren't you going to invite me to sit in your secondary dimension and have a good chat?" Hearing this, Joey slowly nodded, opened a gap in the barrier, and made an inviting gesture. "Of course. Come with me." After saying that, he led the way in front, and Han Xiao followed him into the secondary dimension. The world in front of him suddenly changed. A lush, natural, and peaceful continental world jumped into his eyes. A huge city surrounded a white tower that pierced into the clouds. Passing by from high above, looking down at the street scene, the ant-like residents of various species were bustling, and the atmosphere of the city was very harmonious and lively. The two landed on the platform at the top of the tower. Joey gently snapped his fingers, and two sets of high-end tables and chairs, as well as a table full of snacks and tea, appeared out of thin air. Han Xiao smiled at the side, as if talking to himself. Magic is really convenient. Please sit down and try my specialty here. Joey glanced at him, unsure of Han Xiao's intentions. He simply did not respond and invited Han Xiao to take a seat. The two sat opposite each other. Han Xiao casually took a sip of tea, and a strong fragrance suddenly swept across his taste buds. It was mellow and rich, with a faint milky fragrance and endless aftertaste. The taste is quite good. Han Xiao put down the teacup, turned to look at the continuous city, and said with a smile, "This secondary dimension is not bad. I haven't seen such a peaceful place in a long time. This is my home in seclusion. Everything you see here was built by me bit by bit." Speaking of this topic, Joey's tone became a little warmer, as if he liked to hear others praise his achievements. Han Xiao listened for a while, smiled, and said, "It's quite good to live in seclusion here. It won't be lonely. I see that you seem to have transformed this place into a mage tower. You should have given this place a name, right? This place is called..." Joey suddenly paused, and said, "God Nation." Hearing this, Han Xiao secretly curled his lips. This old man thinks that I don't know that this place is called the God Nation, so he doesn't dare to say the real name. He's probably worried that I'll guess that there are 3 other beyond grade as living in seclusion here. The other 3 are probably hiding as trump cards, just in case. If I make trouble, they can catch me off guard. Han Xiao did not immediately expose the other party. His tone changed, and he said playfully, "However, I see that many of the residents here are from the galactic races of the main universe. You've abducted quite a few people from the main universe to accompany you, right?" Joey was unmoved, took a sip of tea, and casually said, "It's not abduction. The main universe is so dangerous. I'm just helping some people to obtain a stable life. Here, they can enjoy the peace I've created for them, and there's no need to worry. What's wrong with that? It sounds pretty good. This might be the life that many people dream of, but, Han Xiao raised his brows, but did not continue to ask. Controlling the lives of ordinary people was a matter of course for many beyond grade as. Regardless of whether they were willing to accept the arranged life or not, they had no choice. This kind of thinking was deeply ingrained among supers, and it was essentially no different from having power and influence. Han Xiao could not say anything about this, but he secretly shook his head. He did not think much of Joey's method of capturing people to play house with him. The 4 god nations looked like an independent paradise, but Han Xiao knew that under the iron hooves of the world tree, this fragile piece could not withstand a single blow. Escaping would always be passive. How could it be so easy to stay away from worldly affairs? Han Xiao knocked on the table, leaned forward, and changed the topic. "All right, you've drunk the tea. Let's talk about business. The person you used magic to spy on not long ago was my friend. Give me an explanation for this. What do you want?" Joey secretly tensed up. Han Xiao shrugged. "Nothing much. I just need you to tell me your motive, goal, method, and so on. You're in such a hurry to find me. Is the person I'm spying on very important to you?" Joey frowned, secretly wondering why Black Star would make such a big fuss. Han Xiao blinked, looked at Joey's expression, and smiled. From this sentence, he had a rough idea of Joey's background. This old man in front of him most likely did not know the inside story of the Holy Covenant, but for some reason, he discovered the Holy Covenant base and spied on it. He probably did not have a strong motive. This person had been a hermit for too long, and it was easy to see through him. "Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Han Xiao asked. Joey was stunned by this answer. "No, you're in a high position. You should be very busy, right? Then I'm here in person now. Do you still need to ask my attitude?" Han Xiao shook his head and stopped smiling. Answer, don't make me ask again. Joey's expression changed slightly. He was shocked by Han Xiao's vaguely revealed strength, and then became a little unhappy. However, as someone who lived in seclusion, his personality was relatively soft. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and answered in full detail. Han Xiao observed Joey's expression, tone, and actions while listening to his explanation. According to Joey, this was a coincidence. He said that he did not know the details of this organization. The reason he spied on this organization was because many years ago, when the Holy Covenant was capturing primal Esper ability users in the secondary dimensions, his messenger patrolling the secondary dimensions happened to see it. He was curious, so he used a mysterious spell to mark the concept of the Holy Covenant organization. If the destiny line of the other party changed or became entangled with him, he would have a small chance of receiving guidance. It was very mysterious. This was a spell he created behind closed doors. Not long ago, he had a faint premonition on a whim, so he followed the guidance to observe the recent situation of this mysterious organization. However, the messenger he sent out was blocked, and he did not see anything. You say it's just a coincidence? Han Xiao did not comment. Although it sounded unreliable, there was no guarantee that it was the truth. The secondary dimensions were strange, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Holy Covenant organization had been secretly operating for so many years, so it was not realistic for them to not be discovered. They would definitely leave some traces of their activities, and it would not be strange for them to be seen by a powerhouse. It was just that no one could find out the organization's details. High-ranking mags all had their own secret spells. Joey had stayed in seclusion for so many years and developed a unique magic school. According to the information from his previous life, his research was affected by the environment, and his magic was extremely suitable for fighting in the secondary dimensions. On the contrary, it was not suitable in the main universe, and his strength was fluctuating. Han Xiao actually believed about 60 to 70% of what he said. Not only did he observe the other party's expression, but he also judged Joey's character in his previous life. This person was not a guy who liked to find trouble, nor did he work for other organizations. He was basically reliable. Because of this, when they first met, although Han Xiao did not know how much Joey knew about the Holy Covenant, he still said that he was related to the Holy Covenant. This was because as soon as he recognized Joey, he changed his initial strategy and planned to pull this person on board. Furthermore, Joey recognized him and was so obedient. Han Xiao could roughly guess what the other party was thinking. He was most likely moved by the Sanctum revival and did not want to become enemies with Han Xiao. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and just as Joey finished explaining, Han Xiao raised his cup and took a sip of tea. Okay, I understand now. Maybe it really is a coincidence. It's good that you're willing to believe me, Joey exhaled. He was so cooperative because he wanted to clear up the misunderstanding and did not want to have a conflict with Black Star. At this time, Han Xiao changed the topic and said meaningfully, however, this is not the main purpose of my visit. Let's talk about something else. You should be interested in the Sanctum revival, right? Joey was a little surprised, as if he did not expect Han Xiao to suddenly change the topic. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Yes, I'm very interested. Han Xiao smiled softly. If you want, I can give you a share. Xiao Yi was taken aback, extremely astonished. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to contact Han Xiao in the future and try to obtain a Sanctum revival opportunity, but he did not expect to get it so easily, which made him a little stunned. This is the first time we've met, and you're already giving me a Sanctum revival opportunity. Black Star is actually so generous. Seeing Joey's expression, Han Xiao knew what he was thinking. He sighed helplessly and said, of course, I'm not giving you the opportunity for free. Currently, the relationship between the association and the three universal civilizations is stiff, and conflict can break out at any time. I need to strengthen the association's strength. As long as you join the association and participate in our front line, you'll have a share in the Sanctum revival. Hearing this, Joey hesitated and whispered, but I've already chosen to live in seclusion. I'm not willing to get involved in any storms that happen in the main universe. Can I join the association in name after it reconciles with the 3 universal civilizations? You don't want to contribute, but you want to share. Don't you think that's too wishful thinking? Han Xiao secretly rolled his eyes. To even say such words in front of him, this person had really been in seclusion for too long and was already muddle-headed. Joey said awkwardly, then, can you change the condition? Han Xiao raised his brows. I don't think you're qualified to bargain. Besides, what else do you have that I need? Joey was speechless. This time, Han Xiao patted his clothes, stood up, and slowly said, your hesitation is mostly due to your lack of trust. You think that the probability of me failing is very high. I believe that sparring is the best way to dispel doubts. How about it? Do you want to spar with me? That seems a little sudden. Joey was surprised, but after thinking about it, he did not reject this proposal. All right, I'm also curious about your ability. Let's go outside and spar. Black Star had been famous for a long time, and Joey had been training in seclusion for so many years. He also wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Han Xiao. Sparring was always the main way for Beyond Grade as to communicate. However, at this time, Han Xiao shook his head. You misunderstood. I don't want to spar with you. I want to spar with all of you. As he spoke, he turned his head and slowly spoke. The 3 of you have been eavesdropping for long enough. Come out. A few seconds later, 3 figures flew over and landed on the platform of the tower. They looked at each other helplessly. They were the other 3 Beyond Grade as of the 4 God Nation. They thought that Black Star had not noticed, but it turned out that he had known about it long ago and had made them hide for nothing. Thinking about the scene just now, the 3 of them could not help but feel embarrassed. Hearing that Black Star wanted to fight the 4 of them alone, they were even more unhappy. Are you sure you want to fight the 4 of us alone? Joey frowned, and his expression did not look too good. He felt that he had been underestimated. Yes, otherwise, I'm afraid it will end too quickly and I won't feel anything. Han Xiao smiled. He had not come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. He had been prepared to fight this group of people for a long time. The fist had the greatest right to speak. Only by beating the 4 of them up would he be able to sway their thoughts and negotiate. You're too arrogant. Joey's tone also became cold. Although he had a good temper, he was still someone who cared about his face. Being underestimated by his opponents like this, his anger gradually grew. Seeing the expressions of the 4 of them becoming more and more dissatisfied, Han Xiao stopped smiling. His eyes shone with electric light, and the aura of his body gradually rose. Golden mechanical force began to crackle around his body. A majestic voice with energy vibrations came from Han Xiao's mouth. It's you guys who have been hiding for too long and have fallen behind. I don't mind helping you guys recognize whose era this is. Chapter 1291. This was a white space that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was nothing here, and it looked completely empty. Suddenly, a whirlpool-like blue teleportation gate appeared out of thin air, and Han Xiao, Joey, and the other 3 flew out. This is the prototype of the secondary dimension I created. We usually spar here. Black Star, you don't have any objections, right? Joey sent a mental message with a sullen face. Sure. Han Xiao looked around and nodded. After reaching an agreement to spar, because they were worried about destroying the 4 God Nations, they decided to change the battlefield. Joey opened the teleportation gate and led everyone to his usual training ground. High-grade mags could use spells like illusion materialization to artificially create secondary dimensions. This white world was just an incomplete prototype, and it was very simple to create. It was perfect for a battlefield. Although you want to fight 1 against 4, we won't take advantage of you. At most, we'll fight you 1 by 1 until one side concedes. Joey snorted and retreated to open up the distance between them. The others also retreated in different directions. Han Xiao smiled and did not speak. He opened the interface and took a look. A notification popped up, indicating that a special mission had been triggered. The format was similar to the Beyond Grade A challenge mission, requiring one to last a certain amount of time in battle. The rewards were divided into different levels, and the 2 highest levels were to choose one random ability from each of the 4 people and obtain a talent called Secondary Dimension Adapter. The effect of this talent was to obtain an environmental bonus when fighting in the secondary dimension, increasing one's combat strength slightly. It was a general ability, and it was better than nothing. If only there were such surprises every time. Han Xiao's lips curled up slightly. At this time, Joey, who had already opened up a large distance, stopped. He formed a few hand seals and pointed in the air. A series of magic arrays appeared behind him, turning into light gates. Countless monsters surged out. There were humanoid shadow creatures, strangely twisted monsters, soft-bodied creatures with a combination of various structures. They were all monsters from different secondary dimensions. "You want to fight me with the summoning stream?" Han Xiao nodded secretly. Since the other party had inquired about his name, it was natural that they would not approach him so easily. It seemed that they wanted to use the human wave tactic to restrict him. Joey was not a specialized summoner, but he had lived in the secondary dimensions for many years and had seen many strange secondary dimension life forms. He had signed a lot of contracts and could summon a lot of targets, most of which were very strong. Han Xiao immediately knew what the other party was planning to do. He wanted to rely on his solid foundation to fight. The other party probably thought that he had not been a Beyond Grade A for long enough and that his foundation was his weakness. "Then I'll play with you." Han Xiao did not take it to heart. He opened the dimensional army box, and an endless mech legion flew out. Compared to the messy formation of the summoned monsters, the mech legion's formation was extremely orderly. They rapidly formed different formations, and the black mass of Steel Legion emitted a unique sense of beauty. Then, he summoned the divine mechanical throne and sat on it, floating in the center of the mechanical army like the commander of the army. The number of the mech legion and summoned monsters increased, and the battle line was quickly stretched out. The end could not be seen at a glance, forming a confrontation. The summoned monsters' formation frequently let out roars that shook one's mind, and it was extremely noisy. On the other hand, the mech legion was on the other end of the spectrum, silent as death. Seeing that the troops on both sides had opened up their formation, Han Xiao waved his hand and ordered, "Let's do it." As soon as he said that, the mech legion immediately began to move in an orderly manner. The heavy armored vanguard troops at the front raised their shields and moved forward in an orderly manner. The long-range mechanical troops in the middle and rear immediately unleashed their firepower. The dense psionic beams seemed to have turned into a curtain of light, directly focusing fire on the summoned monsters. Light balls frequently exploded in the enemy formation, causing large numbers of summoned monsters to suffer casualties. In the vertical direction, the elite vanguard troops engaged in three-dimensional combat, independent guerrilla warfare, like sharp knives or sniper rifles, looking for opportunities to attack the weak points of the enemy formation. At the same time, large patches of golden lightning chains were released from the divine mechanical throne, instantly connecting the mechanical troops, forming a spider web shape, giving the mech legion a mechanical force boost. A large number of mechanical soldiers were dyed in golden lightning, and their performance increased by a visible margin as though they had entered a state of excitement. On the other side, Joey was not to be outdone. He waved his staff, and patches of magic light sprinkled on the summoned monsters, also bringing about an area of effect buff. Then, the summoned monster army was like a flash flood, crazily charging toward the mech legion's formation. Although there were many types of summoned creatures, their formation was not scattered. Under the buffs of Joey's spells, the different types of summoned creatures formed a formation, and their abilities complemented each other. There was a tactical cooperation, not a swarm of bees charging out randomly. The two torrents rapidly approached each other, then collided with a loud bang, like Mars colliding with Earth. Rumble. A chaotic battle broke out instantly, and the scene became extremely heated. The troops of both sides clashed, and machinery clashed with flesh. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand, extremely tragic. In just one exchange, the Mech Legion showed a crushing momentum, crazily crushing the summoned creature army. The summoned creatures were reduced to dust one after another under the assault of the mechanical army. What a strong Mech Legion! Joey was startled and hurriedly cast a short-term buff spell to stabilize the frontline troops. He also cast a HP recovery spell to heal their injuries. Unfortunately, these methods were all in vain. The current Han Xiao was terrifyingly strong. With his god's trait transformation, machinery faith, proof of leadership, machinery divinity, and so on, his mechanical force was the strongest in the universe. Even the Mecha Empire could not compare to him. Furthermore, the decades of research on Jay's technology treasures had allowed his Mech Legion to be updated and strengthened many times. Not only did he add many new types of powerful combat machines, but his performance had also improved by leaps and bounds. It was an all-around strength. Han Xiao's current combat strength was almost at the top level in the universe. He did not need to go all out, and he could crush his enemies fair and square without any fancy moves. Joey's summoned monster army was no match for Han Xiao's Mech Legion at all. The battlefield quickly became one-sided. The mechanical army advanced and retreated with a tight battle formation. They charged back and forth, constantly tearing apart the formations of the summoned monsters and devouring them. At the back, Han Xiao sat firmly on his divine mechanical throne, adjusting the target of his mechanical force buff at any time. He currently had too many soldiers, and it was difficult for his mechanical force to cover all of them. Thus, he had to constantly adjust the focus of the buff as a commander to control the overall situation and take control of the battlefield. At the same time, Han Xiao also activated a specific battle formation buff. This was a command-type skill commonly used in the army style. Different battle formations, and tactics had a chance of being in the form of a skill. It was a command-type skill that provided an overall bonus to the army. Most of them increased their attack, defense, mobility, and other attributes by less than 10%. Very soon, the summoning army suffered heavy casualties. Joey felt a little pained. He raised his hand and drew magic from the mage tower. Then, he slapped his palm toward a group of mechanical troops. Hum! A huge golden magic formation bloomed like a lotus flower, and a strange spatial collapse occurred in an area of the mechanical army. Spatial turbulence raged out, but it was limited to this circular area. The mechanical soldiers in this area seemed to have been erased by an eraser, instantly disappearing into thin air. The mechanical soldiers that entered this area would also disappear into thin air. Han Xiao looked over and narrowed his eyes. An instant cast banishing spell that can continue to exist as a trap. This spell is quite something. These mechanical soldiers that disappeared were not destroyed but were banished into the spatial turbulence of the secondary dimension by Joey's spell. They were all scattered and fell to God knows where. The effect was somewhat similar to the Holy Covenant's dimensional banishing bullet, but the effect was even better. One of the reasons this guy was suitable for fighting in the secondary dimension was because he had many self-created spells that were only effective here. They would not be of any use in the main universe egg. Joey threw out a few more palms and banished a few more mechanical soldiers. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He activated the short-range teleportation enchantment without hesitation and instantly left the place. Swoosh! The next moment, a highly condensed blue-black ray shot out, penetrating layers of paper-like magic barriers and hitting the afterimage left behind. Joey flashed to the side and turned to look in the direction of the beam. He saw that Han Xiao had unknowingly changed into a set of pitch-black armor and was pointing his finger in this direction. The fingertips of the mechanical suit were still flickering. "You dodged pretty quickly. I thought I would be able to test the actual combat effect of this antimagic gamma ray." Han Xiao's tone was a little regretful. The style of a normal mechanic would be to prepare countermeasures against any enemy. In the past few years, Han Xiao had created a large number of new weapons targeting the 5 major systems, completely transforming himself. This antimagic gamma ray was based on highly condensed gamma rays that imitated a gamma ray burst. It was supplemented by the magic suppression energy converted by psionic energy, which had astonishing penetrative power and lethality against the mage class. According to the laboratory's report, after hitting a beyond grade A mage, it would be able to exert a magic activity suppression state for a few hours, greatly weakening the strength of the opponent's spells. Han Xiao shook his head, stood up from the throne, and suddenly disappeared. Joey was immediately alarmed. He turned his hand and used a battle mage's magic shockwave behind him, blocking Han Xiao's fist. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and a blue-purple shockwave burst out. Joey was about to use the force to increase the distance between them when he suddenly realized that his palm was stuck to Han Xiao's fist. The black mechanical suit on Han Xiao's body suddenly lit up with fluorescent blue psionic energy patterns, flickering as though it was breathing. At this moment, Joey's expression changed drastically. He realized that with the fist and palm as the center, all the energy in his body began to flow uncontrollably into Han Xiao's body as though it was being sucked away. Psionic Energy Gathering Decay Module, a new technology created by Han Xiao. By simulating the process of the birth and transformation of psionic energy, it displayed the characteristic of devouring all energy. Even when coming into contact with a super, as long as the judgment requirements were met, it could assimilate and absorb the energy of the other party, turning it into fuel for the energy furnace. Simply put, this was the star-sucking great technique. At this moment, Joey made a prompt decision and activated the enchantment. A chaotic space stream appeared out of nowhere and swallowed him. He instantly broke free from the control of the enchantment and disappeared without a trace. Yo, you have quite a few escape methods. Han Xiao raised his brows and looked around. Far away from the battlefield, a chaotic space stream gushed out and spat Joey out. The chaotic space stream that he could not control seemed to have become his vehicle. That was close. In just a short contact, I lost about 5% of my energy. Joey did not have time to rest and quickly checked his status. He was shocked. At this moment, the blue patterns on Han Xiao's mechanical suit dimmed. He shook his head and smiled. You guys should come together. There's no pressure at all when dealing with just you alone. Hearing this, Joey's face darkened. The other three who were watching the battle did not look good either. After the previous exchange, Joey had personally experienced Han Xiao's strength. He felt that Han Xiao was strong without any shortcomings, like an insurmountable mountain. He could not think of how he could defeat Blackstar with his own strength. Furthermore, he was the strongest among the four. Although the other three had not fought yet, seeing Joey's pathetic performance, they were all shocked. They knew that the result would be the same if they went up against Han Xiao. They might even be beaten up even worse. If they went up one by one, it would be suicide. They could only take turns to be beaten up. Realizing this, the other three were tempted by Han Xiao's suggestion. Originally, they did not want to go up together because they wanted to maintain their dignity as beyond grade as. However, it seemed that if they were beaten up one by one, there would be no dignity to speak of. They might as well gang up on Blackstar together. They might even be able to gain an advantage and avoid being humiliated. As for the tag team agreement before the battle, that was what Joey said. It had nothing to do with them. One of them coughed and said with a deep voice, "Since you're so insistent, we can't reject your repeated invitations. Let's see what you're capable of." Han Xiao glanced at him and secretly gave him a thumbs up. What a shameless sentence. You have my demeanor. I admire you. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three no longer watched from the sidelines. They all joined the battle and displayed their abilities. Seeing this, Joey thought of his request before the battle and blushed a little. However, he knew that he would only be beaten up if he relied on himself. In the end, he did not open his mouth to reject the help of his three companions. Instead, he pretended to be a mute and silently cooperated with his companions. The five of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. They fought fiercely, causing the space walls to tremble. This secondary dimension could not withstand the aftermath of their battle and was soon riddled with holes. The fierce battle lasted for a few hours, and the battlefield changed 3 times. It was now the 4th secondary dimension, and it looked like it was about to shatter. There was a huge floating island here. At this time, The entire island was completely dyed red with blood, and there were summon corpses everywhere. On the bumpy ground, Joey was covered in wounds. He leaned on his staff and panted heavily. His body was still trembling weakly, as if he had been squeezed dry. Joey's eyes were filled with fear. He raised his trembling hand and signaled for Han Xiao not to go any further. We admit defeat. Don't come again." Not far away, Han Xiao stopped and said with regret, "You surrendered just like that. I still have a lot of equipment that I haven't tested yet." It wasn't easy to find a few new opponents to spar with, so he didn't want to end the battle quickly. He pulled out all the equipment he had made in the past few decades and used a bunch of fancy tricks to torture Joey and the others, almost leaving a psychological shadow in their hearts. This time, it was mainly to test the equipment, so Han Xiao was not too serious and did not use his trump cards. However, even so, Joey and the others did not cause him any trouble. The situation was always under his control, and he completely crushed them in all aspects. He had a clearer understanding of his current strength. In a head-on battle, without 11 or 12 high-level beyond grade as around 70,000 energy rank, they would not be able to pose any threat to him. Han Xiao sighed. "This is not even a warm-up for me. I gave you guys a chance, but you guys were useless." Hearing this, Joey and the others were speechless. If these words were said before the battle, they would not have been happy. However, now that they knew the difference in strength between the two sides and knew that Black Star alone could deal with all of them, the little bit of temper in their hearts was all gone. Beyond grade as were very realistic. If they could not win, they could not win. Even if they were unhappy, they had to endure it. However, although Joey and the others were tortured by Han Xiao, they also saw the foundation that Han Xiao displayed and finally understood why Black Star dared to go against the three universal civilizations. Black Star's mechanical technology was unbelievably strong, and his foundation was too terrifying. The Mech Legion was almost endless. The title Mecha Empire should belong to you. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.